Joffrey Baratheon's scream was more animal than human. A rasping howl that tore across the feast hall like a hunting horn blown too close to the ear. It froze every hand in the air. Fingers that pinched sweetbreads, lifted cups of hippocras, or toyed with the silken ends of a new bride's hair. A heartbeat earlier, the wedding revel had been a riot of color, rose-gold lanterns swinging above perfumed ladies, knights clapping daggers on polished plates in salute to their king's jesting. But now everything rested on the edge of that scream. The king's face went from pink to ashen in a breath. His eyes, widened in hauteur an instant before, bulged as if something inside him clawed for release. A silver chalice slipped from his hand, rattled across the high table, and spilled dark purple wine down the steps that led to the hall's stone floor. It splashed the lilies embroidered on Queen Marjorie's hem, staining them an ugly violet. Cersei was the first to move. Mothers of lions know when a cub howls in true distress. She seized Joffrey's shoulders, the crimson silk of her sleeves sweeping aside roasted quail and spinning platters of sugared dates. "My boy," she breathed, each word a dagger for anyone who dared stand in her way. "Maester, now!" Ser Boros and Ser Meryn leapt forward. Armor scraped in discordant panic. But Pycelle tottered closer than either Kingsguard, his beard swaying like ship's rope on a battered prow. The old man pressed an ear to Joffrey's chest and sniffed the king's breath the way a vintner judges Pinot. Then he flinched. "Poison!" He croaked so softly only Cersei and Tywin heard. Poison, yet not a swift one. Joffrey's lips worked as though words still lay trapped behind them. His throat convulsed. He coughed a mist of half-swallowed pie across his mother's forearm. But it was not blood that dribbled from his nose, only the same purple wine, thin and harmless. Tywin Lannister's gaze cut the room like a drawn sword. He saw servants frozen mid-stride, lords rising half out of chairs, Marjorie clutching her skirts with eyes glassy and uncertain. He saw the Tyrells, Mace's troubled frown, Olenna's hand over her heart, and he saw Tyrion, cup still in hand, a startled dwarf shape at the end of the high table. "Clear the hall," Lord Tywin ordered, voice ironclad. "Paxter, Weber, help Pycelle." Yet Pycelle waved them off. From his sleeve he produced a thin vial of pale green fluid and forced it between Joffrey's clenched teeth. "Milk of poppy, larded with shade of the evening," he whispered to Cersei. "If the poison hasn't rooted too deep, this may bind it long enough for his body to cast it out." Shade of the evening was Carthy sorcery, untrusted in Westeros, but Cersei gripped the maester's wrist and tilted the vial herself. Whatever saved her son was holy, no matter how blasphemous. Joffrey gulped. The muscles in his throat worked, then relaxed. He sagged forward into her arms. The scream tapered to a hoarse gurgle. Minutes rolled past, measured only by shallow breaths. One by one the guests were shepherded out, their silks whispering like guilty conspirators. The king's table became an island of hush amid overturned trenchers and toppled urns of candles sputtering wax. When Joffrey at last opened his eyes, their glare lacked its customary malice. Pain had washed the cruelty wide, leaving bewilderment. "Mother!" She pressed lips against his brow. "Be still. You are safe." Marjorie hovered 2 paces back, cheeks blanched, her crown of rose gold seeming to wilt under the weight of disaster. Ser Loras stood shielding her, hand on hilt, knuckles bleached. The Tyrell heir looked ready to carve a path through anyone who might reach his sister. Except in that moment it was the Lannisters who guarded the king, and the Tyrells who stood accused by every silent eye. Tywin's mind had already leapt ahead. Poison at a feast. The Tyrells supplied half the dishes. But poison that failed? No, not failed, delayed. A warning, perhaps, or a bid to humble the lion cub so he clung tighter to the rose. Yet the look on Lady Olenna's face was not the sly curl of a plotter caught too soon. It was shocked, affronted outrage, as if someone had dared malign her house beneath her own lanterns. Cersei cared nothing for theories. She ordered Joffrey carried to the royal bedchamber and barred every window. Pycelle prepared poultices and powders. Qyburn was summoned from the dungeons with his quiet leather satchel of stranger tinctures. Joffrey shivered while the maester bled him with leeches, then writhed while Qyburn pressed a black paste to his gums. Yet life clung tight. By the hour of the wolf, color tinged his cheeks again. Cersei's tears, when they came, were silent and few. Pride permitted no more. She watched Pycelle mix silver lace leaf with coriander and thought of her younger self praying for the deaths of Robert and Rhaegar and Viserys. "The stranger never takes whom we beg," her septa once said. Now Cersei begged only that the stranger keep his distance. Morning crawled gray through clouded panes. Joffrey slept, fevered but breathing. Tywin arrived with reports. The feast hall had been scoured. No stray cups remained. A goblet embossed with black oysters had yielded residue of strangler, yet less than a killing dose. Its stem bore prints of many hands, but the last belonged to Ser Dantos Hollard, the fool once rewarded for saving Sansa during the riot. The night had vanished. Sansa Stark had vanished. Tyrion sat under guard, accused by Cersei on sight. No Tyrell had left the Red Keep unsniffed. Cersei listened, each fact a flint stone ground against her rage. They meant for my son to die slowly, in agony, before the eyes of Westeros. They chose the moment all eyes were on him, the hour he mocked his uncle. The Strangler is the Tyrell's signature. Highgarden breeds herbs and treachery. Tywin steepled his fingers. The evidence points to Hollard and the Stark girl, but fools dance to tunes they scarcely hear. Someone else played this music. Will you name the players? I will gather proof first. Proof is a Lannister sword at Marjorie's throat, Cersei hissed. When my son wakes, he will see who plotted his death and he will act. Tywin's pale eyes did not flicker. Joffrey will act as we advise. A king breathes because we shielded him. I taught you long ago, Cersei, roaring is not ruling. She turned from him, but anger had no place to pour. It settled in her bones, cold as the white knife. Joffrey did not rise for 3 days. Fever dreams plagued him. Visions of his own wedding feast played in reverse, flagons rising from puddles, chalices refilling with wine, laughter rewinding into open-mouthed silence. Each time he surfaced he raged, demanded heads, then lapsed again beneath drafts Pycelle swore were necessary. When the fever finally broke, Joffrey awoke ravenous and raw-throated. Cersei fed him spoonfuls of honeyed oat milk. Between swallows he spoke in hoarse whispers. They tried to kill me, mother. Yes. They must pay. Yes. Grandfather will see it done? He waits upon proof, but you are king. Proof is what you decree. His fingers tightened on the spoon. Ser Pounce hid under my pillow, scratching to warn me. The seven sent that cat. I will not waste their gift. Cersei's brows knit. Your cat. My lucky cat, Joffrey insisted. Tyrells crown themselves in flowers. Flowers wither in winter, but lions remain. He coughed, swallowed. Summon the council. And Ser Island. The small council convened at dusk. Grand Maester Pycelle, Lord Tywin, Lord Varys, Peter Baelish freshly returned from coin counting, and Prince Oberyn of Dorne, who smirked as if he'd tasted better honey than this rare intrigue. Joffrey arrived carried in a wicker chair borne by 2 knights. He wore crimson velvet and a pale smile that frightened them more than rage. My lords, he began, voice still rasped, a coward struck at the heart of my wedding. I will not abide cowardice. His gaze slid to Baelish. Lord Peter, you oversaw our feast. Who inside your kitchens handles the cups? Baelish bowed, long and graceful. Dozens, your grace. Servants from the city, trusted scullions from Dragonstone, and my personal steward who brewed the hippocras. Find them, flay them, one will confess. Tywin raised a hand. We have a name. Ser Dantos Hollard. The fool fled with Sansa Stark. He shall be hunted. Let the hounds smell Tyrell perfume, Joffrey said. Marjorie's breath was sweet with strangler when she kissed me. Across the table Pycelle stiffened. The poison scent is anise and wintermint, easily masked by sugared rose. Pycelle's sudden enthusiasm nearly startled himself. He coughed an apology. Varys fluttered lace cuffs. It may please your grace to recall that Queen Marjorie has given you no heir yet. Might it not serve our enemies to blame her and fracture alliance with Highgarden? Highgarden is not our ally, Joffrey snapped. It is our hostage. The Reach prospers so long as a lion sits the throne. They fed me poison and would have claimed they mourned me, then set Marjorie to rule as Widow Queen beside my weakling brother. He turned to Tywin. Command the gold cloaks to seize every Tyrell in the city. Raid their manse on the Street of Sisters. Place Lord Mace under guard in his apartments. Any who resist will answer for treason, Tywin finished, measuring his grandson's certainty with a jeweler's loupe. He saw no flaw but youthful brashness that might yet be honed. Peter Baelish dared a smile. A bold stroke, your grace. Yet if your alliance with Highgarden shatters, the crown must find coin elsewhere. The Tyrells furnish more gold than the Lannisters these days, so rumor holds. Joffrey's lips peeled back. Rumor is for whores and dwarfs. My grandfather's mines run deep, and deeper still will run the blood, Loras Tyrell thought when he heard the decree. The Knight of Flowers strode the halls outside Marjorie's solar like a hound kept from meat, pausing only when a squad of gold cloaks thudded past to bar the doors. Behind those doors, the young queen knelt before her grandmother while Olenna whispered instructions. They would not flee, stark flight reeked of guilt, but they would not bow either. The Reach had bent knees once before the Baratheons. Bending twice broke bones too dearly. Marjorie smoothed her skirts, breathing the rose essence that perfumed every seam. He loved roses yesterday, grandmother. Today he calls them weeds. Lady Olenna's eyes glittered. The weather changes swiftly on a hill. We shall plant our seeds in deeper soil. Smile, child. Let him fear what storms your smile might promise. That night Joffrey ordered the Red Keep sealed. Ravens flew only north or west, never south. The Tyrell manse was stripped, ledgers seized, servants questioned. Loras, furious, challenged the Lord Commander to single combat for the insult, but Jaime locked him in a cell instead, apologizing through the bars. Tyrion sat alone beneath torchlight, wrists chained to a rough-hewn table. The king's accusations clanged in his ears. He had poured the wine after all. But Tyrion's mind clung to the memory of a pale stone set in Sansa's hair. A gem Olenna plucked when she kissed the bride goodbye. A gem hollow enough to contain dust. Yet Tyrion doubted anyone would believe such fancy breed of truth now. He told Shay to flee days ago. Perhaps she had. Or perhaps Varys had secrets to barter. Tyrion's choices narrowed to two, guile or gallows. In the Tower of the Hand, Tywin drafted letters. Gold wagons would roll from Casterly Rock to balance the absence of Tyrell tribute. Rivermen once loyal to Tully still owed fealty to the Iron Throne. They would supply grain. He weighed alliances like stones on a scale. The Tyrells would protest innocence. Let them. Innocence did not keep kings alive. Cersei watched Joffrey pace the solar, cane tapping. Each tap sounded an edict. Strip Marjorie's maids of livery. Forbid Tyrell grooms to ride beyond the city walls. Replace every Reach guard in the throne room with Lannister men. A fortnight passed, then two. Joffrey's health returned, but mercy did not. He summoned the faith's high septon and declared a fast in gratitude for divine salvation. During that fast, he ordered every sept in King's Landing to preach sermons on the sin of false flowers. Word filtered through Flea Bottom. The king hated roses. The king's new bride had wilted. The king's wedding guests whispered Tyrell treachery. Bakers burned bread in ovens shaped like lilies. Fishmongers wrapped eels in green cloth and called them Reach serpents. No proof, only rumor. Yet rumor anchored itself deep in hungry bellies. Lady Olenna sought an audience with Tywin. They sat across a Syvas board, dragons glinting amber in the rising sun. Your lion cub has unsheathed claws, she said, nudging a file of elephants. Careful he does not cut his own paw. Tywin moved a dragon. If my grandson bleeds, he will learn caution. If he does not, Westeros will. Olenna's chuckle rasped like crumpled parchment. I remember Ares when first I met him, a pretty prince with a wildfire glint. We both know how that tale ended. Tywin's jaw tightened, but he said only, "The game ends when one stands alone." "Games end, yes," Olenna murmured, sliding her spider across the board. "But wounds fester. My family bleeds now because yours demands it. Do you wager the Reach will starve itself to feed a city that binds its wrists?" Tywin regarded the spider. "The Reach bleeds coin, not sons. If Mace rebels, he will find himself lord of fields salted by Ironborn and Stormlanders eager for barter." He tipped his king forward. "Check." Olenna's eyes narrowed. She saw the trap too late. "TSK, and here I thought you'd grown predictable." "I have." Tywin captured her spider. Predictably patient. Far below, in the belly of the castle, Qyburn met with Cersei. He offered a vial of black water to test noble blood for treachery, he said. The queen pondered, then gestured for him to test it on the hedged Tyrell cousins imprisoned in Maegor's holdfast. None died, Qyburn shrugged. Perhaps they were innocent. Cersei ordered the vial destroyed. Let the Tyrells wonder what horror they had been spared. Joffrey, restless, resumed hunting in the Kingswood. He rode ahead of his escort, blue cloak snapping. When a stag burst from brush, he loosed 3 arrows, striking twice. The beast fled, blood streaking leaves. He pursued alone until sunset brewed purple over the treetops, the same purple as poisoned wine. That color sent tremors through his gut. He returned to camp silent, and the next morning decreed that the royal color henceforth was crimson trimmed with gold. No purple banners at court, no purple velvet for chamber hangings. Let the traitor hue pass from memory, he said. Pain breeds paranoia. Joffrey saw Tyrell knives in every shadow. When a baker carved roses atop a wedding cake for a minor lord, he ordered the cake dashed and the baker's fingers broken. Ser Loras still languished in his cell. Mace petitioned daily for his son's freedom. Olenna petitioned for nothing. Her silence rang louder. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen freed Meereen. News borne by gulls to Pentos, then galleys to Duskendale. Tywin absorbed the tale grimly. Dragons hatched, slave cities falling. The realm could not afford civil fracture. But Joffrey would not relent. One storming dawn, trumpets blared across Dragonstone Road. A convoy of Tyrell knights under white flags approached the city. Lord Randall Tarly rode at its head, grim as the graves he dug on the Blackwater field. Behind him, wagons stacked with casks of arbor wine and bushels of grain. A peace offering, stamped with the rose sigil. In the throne room, Joffrey received the Reach envoy. Marjorie stood beside him, eyes downcast beneath a fresh circlet devoid of flowers, only round-cut garnets. The crowd read the message. The rose had shed petals, revealing hidden thorns. Tarly knelt. Your Grace, the Reach mourns your suffering. We bring sustenance and with it proof of loyalty. Allow us the honor of hosting next year's harvest feast in King's Landing, that all may see Tyrell bounty serves the crown. Joffrey leaned forward on his gilded seat. We have bounty enough.
Esigneld ser Merin.
The King's Guard drew his sword, rested its tip on Tarly's shoulder. Gasps rippled. My king, Marjorie whispered, loud enough for all.
Merci magnifies majesty.
Joffrey's eyes gleamed. Majesty is its own mercy.
Ston ser rendil.
He flicked 2 fingers. The blade withdrew. You will deliver my terms to your lord. The crown will accept grain, gold, and hostages. One of Mace Tyrell's grandsons to foster at court, and your daughter, what is her name? Tarly's stern face betrayed no twitch. Tala, sire. Yes, she will serve as a lady-in-waiting to my mother. For every harvest tithe that arrives late, I will send a finger back to Highgarden, wrapped in rose petals. Silence. Even the torches dared not crackle. Finally, Tarly bowed his head. As your grace commands. Later, Olenna Tyrell's laughter echoed along the Maidenvault corridors. It disturbed even the silent sisters tending 2 moils. Let the boy king think fingers cow a gardener, she told the shadows. Roses hide roots thicker than stone, and when roots grow, walls crumble. But for now the walls of King's Landing held. Joffrey believed them impregnable, and belief is stone until struck. Months crept by in uneasy order. The harvest came. The reach wagons rumbled north under heavy guard. Fingers remained intact. Tyrion's trial loomed but never landed. Evidence dissipated. Witnesses vanished. Confusion reigned. Tywin postponed judgment, citing the realm's fragile peace. A fragile peace is glass set on a mule's back. And one crisp dawn, the mule lurched. It began with whispers. A Reach bannerman found flayed near Bitterbridge, his sigil stripped. Rivermen muttered of a masked band of scythes torching grain stores bound for the capital. A septon traveling the Rose Road spoke of peasant girls gone missing, rumors of lions in the tall wheat. None reached King's Landing on parchment, but Varys collected them like black feathers. He presented the rumors in small council. Petty raids, perhaps, but each grain store lost is a loaf denied to the city. And each maiden stolen is a mother who will curse your name, sire. Joffrey waved a dismissive hand. Let them curse, so long as they kneel. Tywin, however, listened. Rebellion is a spark that leaps up the sleeve. Best smother it beneath mailed fist. He proposed dispatching Ser Gregor Clegane with 1,000 horse to pacify the Rose Road. Send Ser Loras instead, Joffrey countered, relishing Loras's recent freedom under stern vow of obedience. Let the Knight of Flowers trample his own gardens. Their blood will stain his white cloak. Tywin saw the spite in that choice but nodded. Very well. Loras rode at dawn with banners half-masked. Crowned stag over golden lion. The Tyrell rose absent. Queen's Guard accompanied him. Ser Balon Swan, Ser Osmond, and 200 red cloaks. They vanished into the fields of the Reach, and rains followed. Marjorie prayed daily before the seven-sided crystal in Baelor's September, her tears glistening as diamonds along her cheeks, yet never staining the marble beneath. Faithful flocked to her with stories of hunger. She handed out silver. Cersei sneered that silver bought beggar's love, which was cheaper than loyalty. One night Joffrey summoned Marjorie to his bedchamber. Candles burned low. He lay clothed, crown resting on a velvet pillow. He studied her as a tanner inspects a hide. You are beautiful, he said at length, but beauty wilts without water. Your family has drained my wells. Marjorie bowed her head. My family bleeds for your grace. Bleed more. I want Olenna's confession. I want your father's quaking apologies. I want a second wedding, mine to you again, without their poison in my cup. And you will give me a son soon, or I will find a womb that shall. Marjorie met his gaze. The seven bless all seeds when the soil is ready. Trust in them. No, Joffrey whispered, leaning to grip her chin. They must trust in me. Go now, but leave your girdle. She untied the silk ribbon about her waist and placed it on the table beside his crown. When she retreated, he watched the sway of her hips and imagined cutting away the rose from its stem. South of the Mander, Ser Loras found fields burned and villages silent. Charred sigils of roses mingled with severed stag heads atop poles. He pursued raiders into Ashford's orchards, only to discover evidence of sellswords paid in golden lions. When he confronted Ser Balon, the Queen's Guard claimed ignorance, yet tracks led north, not south. Loras wrote a letter to Highgarden, then burned it. Ravens might not fly that far. He turned his host toward Bitterbridge and vanished. News reached King's Landing weeks later. The Knight of Flowers slain, his men scattered. A sigil of a flayed rose left at each camp. Ser Gregor Clegane led no such raid. He still hunted bandits near Harrenhal. Whispers grew. The crown had murdered its own hostage. Joffrey received the tale with a smile. A pity, he said. But the road is safer now. Bury him beneath the ashes. Cersei watched him with new wariness. Something in those words chilled even her. Tywin frowned. Reckless deeds yield reckless ripples. Olenna Tyrell donned black, but black roses bloom deeper than red. She requested a private audience with Joffrey and brought him a length of briarwood carved into a scepter. The Reach offers this as sign of devotion, she said. For briar is hardy, thorned, and evergreen. May your reign be the same. Joffrey took the scepter. Thorns pricked his palm. A bead of blood welled. Olenna curtsied and left without another word. That night Joffrey dreamed of cages of thorns encircling the throne. Thorns that crawled and pierced flesh until only bones held the crown. By first frost, small folk queued 3 streets deep for bread. Tyrell grain wagons dwindled, beset by brigands no one caught. Casks of arbor gold reached the docks empty. Staves split. Fingers arrived at Highgarden after all. Only they came in chests sent by nameless hands, wrapped in lion-red cloth, 3 digits at a time. Tala Tarly wept each sunset and prayed for dawn. Within the walls of the Red Keep, tension coiled like a spring. Jaime heard talk among the gold cloaks. The king's madness, the queen mother's wrath, the hand's iron hold. He spoke to Cersei. She branded him coward for wanting flight. Our son is strong, she said. The realm must bend. Jaime remembered bending to Aerys's will until wildfire choked the air. He looked at Joffrey and wondered if blood remembered fire. The night snow dusted the city for the first time in years. Tyrion escaped. Cells were opened beneath vague orders. Torches gutted. A ship slipped from the Blackwater before dawn. No alarm rang, yet Cersei woke knowing. She tore draperies, cursed Tywin, cursed Varys, cursed fate. In her rage, she struck Joffrey across the face, a mother's slap that left both shaking. He stared at her as though she were another enemy in silks. The next council meeting, he dismissed his grandfather. You are dismissed, Lord Tywin. Lord Regent no longer. Gasps flourished. Tywin stared, and for the first time in decades looked truly old. He rose, bowed stiffly, and left Wood echoing down the hall. Into the void stepped Peter Baelish, smiling. Your Grace seeks new counsel, he said. I have numbers, ships, secrets. Bring me the reach, Joffrey commanded. Bent or broken? Baelish bowed again. Broken bends easiest. Winter deepened. From the Riverlands came tales of a resurgent brotherhood fighting beneath a banner of a bleeding rose entwined with a broken crown. They robbed Lannister wagons but spared small folk. Their leader, rumor claimed, was a woman called the Thorn Queen. Old, sharp-tongued, fearless. Some said she carried a cup of purple glass on her belt. At King's Landing's gates, beggars seized a baker's cart and overturned loaves before the steps of the Great September. The mob cried for roses, for bread, for justice. Joffrey sent Ser Boros to scatter them. Swords flashed. Blood soaked the snow. Marjorie watched from a high balcony, knuckles white on the stone balustrade. Shadows of pyres flickered in her eyes. She touched the faded bruise on her arm, a gift from her husband when she pleaded mercy, and whispered to the wind a single name, Tommen. Across the castle, Tommen cuddled Ser Pounce and listened to Septa Scholar read tales of old King Daeron, the young dragon slain in Dorne. Tommen blinked at the word slain. He wondered if big brothers could be slain. He stroked the cat's back and thought the purring sounded like distant thunder. Thunder rolled that night. Cannons of nature or drums of war, none could tell. In the dark of a moonless hour, a cloaked figure slipped into Maegor's holdfast, led by a silent eunuch. Swords hissed. Guards crumpled like corn at harvest. The figure passed cells until one door opened to reveal Ser Loras Tyrell alive, beard grown, gaze a mix of fury and grief. Shackles clanged as keys met locks. Come, my lord, whispered the savior. Your garden calls. They vanished into storm. Lightning forked above the city, throwing the Red Keep into harsh relief. A crown of jagged stone in a sea of black. Somewhere within, Joffrey dreamed of kittens gagging on purple dust, and woke gripping his briar scepter so hard thorns bit to bone. Morning brought word of escape. Joffrey raged. Cersei wept false tears before the court. Baelish whispered solutions. Hostage swaps, a public hanging of Tala Tarly, an edict branding every Reach priest traitor. Joffrey embraced all but one. Hang the girl from the Red Keep walls, he commanded. Let roses bloom where her blood spills. Pycelle trembled so violently his chains rattled. Varys bowed his bald head. Marjorie fainted, or seemed to. Joffrey watched her carried away with eyes like shards of black ice. On the day of Tala's execution, the city swarmed. Snow sifted from high clouds, dusting rooftops like ashes. Tala stood on the gallows, face pale but composed. She recited a prayer to the maiden, voice unwavering, until the noose cut words short. A hush settled as the trapdoor fell. Then the hush shattered. Atop Visigna's hill, the gold cloaks guarding the rope flinched at a sudden cataract of sound. Trumpets and an earth-deep roar. The crowd split as armored riders stampeded through. Shields painted with wilted roses set aflame. Leading them, clad in dented golden armor, rode Ser Loras Tyrell, face gaunt yet eyes blazing. Behind him a standard flew, a crimson crown pierced by thorns. On the battlements, archers who wore the lion's sigil lowered bows. Confused, loyalty tottered when hunger gnawed. Ser Loras charged the gallows. Arrows loosed, spears bristled, but chaos ruled. The rope snapped beneath a thrown dagger. Tala slumped into her brother's arms as the horse reared. Loras kissed her brow. "Not today," he vowed. Above, Joffrey watched from the Tower of the Hand. Rage blinded him. "Kill them all," he screeched. "Fire! Burn the traitors!" But the streets writhed with rebels. Small folk, starving and furious, rising at last. They heaved stones at the gold cloaks, tore lion banners, chanted for bread and roses. Marjorie, hidden among handmaids, slipped through the throng toward the September of Baelor, where silent sisters waited with cloaks of plain gray. Tywin donned armor older than some kings. He assembled what remained of the city watch, but numbers dwindled. Many men slipped away under cover of riot. Peter Baelish vanished. Some said he joined the rebels, others that he fled on a Lyseni cog bound for the Stepstones. Cersei armed herself with wildfire and spite. "If the city will not love us, let it fear us," she told Qyburn. He smiled and brought her stored pots from beneath the Red Keep. Night fell stained with smoke. Fires licked Flea Bottom. Bells rang. The great September's rose window shattered under a catapult stone painted gold. Marble saints wept shards upon fleeing faithful. In the throne room, Joffrey clung to his seat, crown slipping askew. Tommen huddled at his feet. "You will always be safe, little brother," Joffrey whispered, then called for his Kingsguard. Only Ser Meryn answered, blood on his gauntlet. "The rest are dead or gone, your grace." Footsteps thundered in the corridor. Iron buckles clacked. The doors slammed open. Ser Loras stepped through, sword tipped with dawn-glow firelight. Behind him, Lady Olenna, veil singed, eyes glittering like molten garnets. And among her captains strode Jaime Lannister, golden hand raised in final supplication. Joffrey rose, briar scepter clenched. "Traitors," he hissed. "I am your king." Olenna's voice sliced the air. "A king feeds his people, not feeds upon them." "Grandmother," Marjorie said softly, emerging from the shadows, face unpainted, hair shorn to the shoulder in mourning sign. "The city burns. The roses burn. End this." But Joffrey laughed, a high, cracked sound. "I ended this months ago, and you only now bleed." He lunged forward with the scepter. Thorns raked Jaime's cheek. Jaime caught the shaft, twisted. Wood snapped. Thorns cut Joffrey's palm anew. Blood spattered red on the marble like blossoming petals. For a breath, the hall hung suspended. Then Tommen cried out, and that cry broke Cersei more surely than any sword. She ran to her youngest, folded him under her arms. The lioness looked up and saw no saviors to beguile, only enemies come to finish a hunt. But Olenna did not signal executioners. She reached to Joffrey, palm up. "Give me the crown, child. There need be no more blood." Joffrey stared at his bleeding hand. Red droplets slid between gold claws. He touched his cheek where Cersei once struck him and felt that slap anew. The hall's torches blurred. Smoke stung his eyes. He thought of Ser Pounce scratching under pillows and poison drifting in a mother's gaze. He tightened his grip on the twisted scepter half, stepped back, and struck Tommen. The brittle wood cracked across the boy's temple, sending him sprawling. Gasps rose like a flock of doves startled. Cersei screamed. Jaime moved too slow, Loras too fast. Steel entered flesh. The Iron Throne watched, silent, as kings and roses and lions drowned beneath a red tide no wine could match. And somewhere far beyond the walls, a baker kneaded dough without lilies, shaping loaves into plain rounds. The smell rose with the same warmth as always, as if kings never lived nor died, only bread endured. So did the long night begin for King's Landing, a night crowned not by stars but by the embers of roses and the echo of a broken boy's scream. Smoke crawled through the shattered windows of the throne room, drifting in slow, sinuous ribbons that caught the torch glow and turned it into sullen embers. Every breath tasted of soot and copper. Somewhere beyond the broken doors, the riot of King's Landing rumbled like surf against cliffs. Shouts rolling, steel clashing, the occasional boom of collapsing timber. Yet within the hall, time seemed frozen beneath a thin crust of horror. Joffrey lay where he had fallen, sprawled across the last steps of the Iron Throne. Blood sheeted his crimson doublet and pooled in the crevices where a sword point had slipped between ribs. The stab was deep but angled, a furious thrust delivered in motion, lacking the surety of a measured killing blow. Heart untouched, lung grazed, flesh gaping. He wheezed as a punctured bellows might, every exhale bubbling scarlet. Yet his eyes still burned with that feral light, unyielding, almost incandescent. Cersei knelt beside him, palms slick with his blood. Her golden hair clung in damp strands to her cheeks. Freckles of soot dotted her brow. She pressed a linen wad against the wound, but crimson surged through her fingers each time Joffrey spasmed. "Hold, my sweet boy," she whispered, voice too steady for the quake in her bones. "The maester is coming." Pycelle was not coming. He had fled moments after the doors crashed open, beard streaming behind him as he scuttled through a servant's passage. Only Qyburn remained, silent as shadow. He knelt opposite the queen, slid thin hands under Joffrey's shoulders, and murmured soft counsel. Words laced with foreign cadences, words Cersei barely heard. He produced a stopper jar of black ichor and iron tongs glowing faint with residual forge heat. "Cauterize," he offered, "but the king must be stilled first." Cersei nodded. 2 Kingsguard yet untouched by battle, Ser Meryn and Ser Boros, pinned Joffrey's wrists and legs. The boy screamed as Qyburn's tongue pressed against open flesh. The smell of charred blood gusted, ragged and foul. When the scream faded to a throaty rasp, Cersei caught the breath in her throat and refused to cry. Lannisters did not weep where enemies might see. Across the hall, Jaime lingered near the fallen scepter half and the king's own crown, which now sat skewed upon a dented join of iron blades. He stared at the blood that flecked his golden hand, then at the wide-eyed heap that was his youngest brother, Tommen, still unconscious upon cracked tile. Ash dusted the child's hair like premature snow. Jaime's heart roared with panic, but years in armor taught him that panic must be smothered like wildfire lest it spark worse flames. He lifted Tommen, cradling the limp form against his chest, and turned to the rebels filling the doorway. Ser Loras still stood poised, sword slick with royal blood, but the fury that drove his strike now faltered beneath the enormity of what he'd done. Lady Olenna's hand rested on his shoulder, thumb kneading the edge of his gorget in a silent command to stillness. Behind them milled scores of reach retainers, knights with blown pupils, archers with half-strung bows, and common foot clad in stolen lion cloaks. Above their heads flickered banners that showed a bleeding crown encircled by briar, the paint still wet in places. Olenna's voice finally broke the hush. "Your Grace," she said, addressing Cersei rather than the wounded king. "We came for justice, not for slaughter. Allow us to tend the wounded prince and treat with you." Cersei's mouth twisted. "You traitorous root witch, you come bearing wildfire in your smiles and speak of tending? Begone, else I'll see every last turnip in the reach salted with your bones." Jaime angled his body between the queen and the doorway, Tommen still clasped tight. "Enough," This hall is no meadow for bickering. Lady Olenna, take your forces to the outer bailey. Ser Loras, sheath your sword before you carve more blood from this city. The next blood drawn will be Lannister, Ser Boros growled, stepping forward. But Jaime's stare cut him short. Swords rattled uncertainly. The king's guard were few. Reach blades multiplied each minute as rebels trickled through side corridors. Olenna's gaze flicked from Cersei's blood-soaked hands to the trembling form of her grandson. Ser Jaime speaks wisely, she said at last. Withdraw, Loras. Our grievance was against the tyrant, not the realm. She did not need to name which tyrant. Her eyes had done so. Reluctance twisted Loras's features. Then he snapped his sword into scabbard and backpedaled, hauling flag-bearers with him. One by one, the rebels receded through the doors. Olenna lingered long enough to meet Cersei's glare, cold flint to hot flame, before she too vanished beyond the ruined threshold. The silence they left behind felt brittle, poised on the verge of shattering. In that fragile hush, Qyburn cinched a bandage round Joffrey's chest and injected clear fluid from a slim needle into the king's neck. The rasping breaths eased, eyelids fluttered heavy. He would not die this hour, though death's talons still grazed his shadow. Cersei brushed damp hair from his brow, leaving smears of crimson. Carry the king to Maegor's Holdfast, she ordered. Seal every door. Torch any man who enters unbidden. Ser Meryn braced Joffrey's shoulders. Ser Boros took his feet. As they lifted, blood dripped onto the marble, trailing behind them like a muted herald. Jaime followed, but Olenna's departing words echoed in his thoughts. Tyrant. He glanced down at Tommen, who stirred with a faint moan, and the memory of another tyrant flashed. Ares, flames dancing in mad eyes. He had once ended a reign to save a city. Now he feared he had birthed another doom. King's Landing bled for 5 straight days. Rebel cells sprouted like mushrooms in damp cellars. Peasant mobs in the cobbler's square. Dockside toughs swearing Tyrell fealty for a crust of bread. Rogue cell sales turned reach bannermen. Cersei's response was brutal. Detachments of gold cloaks scoured streets at dawn. Lopped hands, hanged agitators. But each corpse nailed above a door birthed 2 new malcontents before dusk. Rumor outpaced ravens. The king lay dying in the holdfast, pierced by the night of flowers. The queen mother stoked pyres of wildfire under the September. The Tyrells rode with Dragon Queen Daenerys across the narrow sea. Stannis Baratheon marched from Dragonstone invited by traitorous High Septon. None were wholly true, none wholly false. Fear fed upon slivers and grew fat. Inside Maegor's Holdfast, Qyburn attended Joffrey in a dim chamber heavy with incense and shuttered windows. The king drifted through fevered dreamscapes. Vine-choked hallways, roses bleeding wine, lions gnawing their own tails. When consciousness returned, he raged against the leather straps binding him to the bed. Cersei permitted no removal. Qyburn feared the wound would tear anew. So Joffrey raged, and the rage sapped strength, and weakness fed fear, and fear bred fresh rage. On the 3rd dawn, he ordered 50 rebels flayed and their hides draped from the gate of the gods. Ser Boros complied with relish. The hides cracked in the sun, releasing a stench that drifted downwind toward Flea Bottom. Small folk gagged and cursed the king's name. Marjorie Tyrell did not see the flayed skins. She had retreated to the Great September under pretense of fervent prayer, but in truth to parley. With her knelt Axel Florent, bitter cast-off of Stannis, who had smuggled himself into the city wearing the leathers of a common seaman. Florent brought word. The Lord of Dragonstone had a fleet and a cause: liberate the realm from Lannister despots. If the rose extended a hand, the fiery heart might clasp it. Marjorie's reply was measured. The Tyrells will clasp only petals unstained by fire. But show my family you can guard the innocence of this city, and we may share garden walls. Florent bowed. He would carry her words to his liege, though the sea between Blackwater and Dragonstone teemed with patrols and risk. Olenna, meanwhile, fortified the Tyrell manse on the Street of Sisters, calling in Sellsword brigades from ports as far afield as Myr and Tyrosh. She avoided open confrontation, No siege lines, no calls for crown or council. Yet each night new shipments of grain and turnips and dried pork crept into her vaults, while the markets outside starved. Power lay in bellies as much as blades, she knew, and King's Landing would soon grow hollow as a drought gourd. Tywin Lannister returned to the Red Keep on the 5th day, having rallied 1,000 Westermen from Hayford and Rosby. He rode beneath the walls under banners of roaring gold, his armor burnished to mirror brightness. The city was unrecognizable. Smoke-blackened facades, butchered carcasses of wagons in the streets, and citizens who glared rather than cheered. He climbed the tower steps without escort, boots echoing through corridors where servants shrank from sight, and entered the Queen's solar. Cersei greeted him with a curt nod. Her eyes were sunken pits. She smelled of lavender oil and iron and sleepless terror. "Father," she said, "your grandson clings to life by thread. The city rots around us." Tywin set helm upon table. A city can be rebuilt. A throne once lost is harder reclaimed. We must secure succession. Joffrey must name Tommen regent until he recovers. "Never," Cersei hissed. "He rules still. He cannot wield scepter from a sickbed." Tywin's voice sharpened. "Nor can he quell revolt someday if his people rally behind the image of their innocent younger king. Tommen is beloved. We will crown him only as protector of the realm while Joffrey heals." The gesture calms the commons, placates the Tyrells, and buys us time. Cersei's gaze flickered. For a heartbeat, the steel of rationality pierced her grief. Then maternal ferocity flared anew. "They tried to kill Joffrey. I will not reward traitors by crowning Tommen for their sake. They would treat Tommen as puppet, and when Joffrey rises, they will pit brother against brother." Tywin drew a slow breath. "I fear that outcome is nearer than you think." He produced a parchment sealed with the lion's red wax. "Intercepted outside Duskendale. It bears the sigil of House Florent." He broke the seal, unrolled the letter. Cersei read, "The Lady of Highgarden seeks alliance with the Lord of Dragonstone. Tyrell Grain will provision Baratheon swords. In exchange, the Briar Rose asks only that the city be spared sacks and that her grace the queen be judged with mercy." Cersei's hands trembled. "Mercy," she breathed. Then louder, "Mercy is the coin of cowards. I will repay them in Dragonfire." Tywin's jaw flexed. "We possess no dragons, Cersei, and wildfire, once loosed, obeys no master. Recall King Aerys." "Aerys was weak. Mad," Tywin corrected. "And weakness cloaked in madness is still weakness." Cersei spun away, staring through shutter slats at a sky bruised by smoke. Below, the city buzzed like a wasp nest prodded by cruel hands. "Leave me," she said. Tywin lingered until she repeated, "Leave," and her voice cracked on the word. Then he turned, cloak swirling, and strode out to muster strategy of his own. Qyburn found Jaime in the Kingsguard chapel that night, kneeling before statues of the Seven. Jaime's gold hand rested upon the mother's lap, as though seeking grace he doubted existed. Qyburn coughed softly.
"Pardon, sir."
"His grace requests your presence." Jaime rose. Candlelight painted hollows beneath his eyes. "How fares the king?" "Fever recedes. Delirium, not." Qyburn's slick smile gleamed. "He speaks of crows perched on rose stems and lions devouring kittens. I fear he sees treachery in every shadow." "He always has," Jaime murmured, following. In the corridor, the reek of boiled pitch wafted, new cauldrons being mounted atop battlements. He glanced through an arrow slit and spotted crossbowmen drilling on the ramparts under torch. This castle prepared for siege. Joffrey lay half-propped on silken pillows, bandage freshly wrapped. His cheeks were ghost pale, but his eyes blazed bright as garnets. "Uncle," he rasped, "Loras's blade was Valyrian, do you know? A flower has no right to steel forged in Dragonfire." He coughed, winced. Jaime sat at bedside. "I believe Brightor's fragments still rest unmatched," he said gently. "Small talk to calm a storm." "Bright roar will roar anew," Joffrey insisted. You shall lead an army to Highgarden. Burn their fields. Bring me Loras's head. First we must secure the city, Jaime replied. The city is mine. Joffrey's frail hand shot out, seized Jaime's sleeve with surprising strength. But my mother coddles traitors. She will not let me root them out. Will you obey your king, uncle? Jaime's gaze drifted to the wound seeping through bandage edges. Memory struck. Ares on his throne, nails bloody from scratching wood. He heard the Mad King again. Burn them all. Jaime's throat tightened. I swore to protect you, he said. But protection sometimes means guarding you from your own fury. Joffrey's eyes widened, disbelief shifting to fury. Traitor, he whispered, almost tender. Then louder, traitor! He slumped back, spent. Jaime rose to leave. Behind him, Joffrey called, Ser Meryn.
Ser Boros.
But the guards at the door did not flinch. Jaime had dismissed them for the moment. Qyburn merely watched, collecting knowledge like a crow collects bright glass. When Jaime reached the corridor, his heart hammered. He pictured Tommen, gentle Tommen, enthroned above cheering crowds relieved to see innocence crowned. And he pictured Joffrey, wounded but breathing, ordering draconian executions. Two possible futures collided, which, he wondered, would save the city from itself. On the seventh dawn, the bells of Baelor's September tolled 9 measured peals. Small folk emerged from hovels, ears cocked. 9 peals meant council summons. In the square before the throne room's scorched doors appeared a makeshift dais. Rough timbers hastily nailed, draped with red velvet now ragged at edges. Upon it stood Ser Kevan Lannister, Tywin's brother, flanked by gold cloaks. He read aloud a decree. By command of His Grace King Joffrey Baratheon, let it be known that Queen Margaery Tyrell is charged with regicide and treason. Lady Olenna Tyrell is charged likewise. All who harbor Tyrell lords or give succor to reach rebels shall suffer death. A hush followed, then boos from the crowd. Rotten cabbages flew, striking Kevin's breastplate and bouncing off with dull thuds. Gold cloaks brandished spears. A crossbow bolt whistled from an attic window, piercing the velvet backdrop. Kevan ducked. Cloaks rushed the building, set it aflame. Smoke roiled. Small folk scattered. Within the Tyrell manse, Lady Olenna received the news with grim calm. We're charged then, she said, nibbling a date. Took them long enough. Ser Loras, arm slung in a makeshift brace after a skirmish with gold cloaks, paced the mosaic floor. We cannot stay penned like hens. We ride out, strike the red keep, finish what I began. You began a duel, not a war, Olenna corrected. Wars require harvests of patience. She offered him a date, he refused. I sow seeds, boy, seeds of hunger, seeds of doubt. When they sprout, lions will gnaw their own tails. Loras halted, jaw working. And Margaery? They will seize her. Olenna's gaze sharpened. They will try, but lions underestimate mice who scurry through cracks. She tapped parchment on table, a map of the city's tunnels, gleaned from Baelish's vanished maesters. Tonight, our little mouse will squeak free. Dusk cloaked the city in bruise purple. Margaery knelt before the maiden's altar one last time, offered silent plea neither for her own safety nor vengeance, but for breath left unchoked by smoke. Then she turned, hooded, and followed a one-eyed septon through catacomb tunnels that smelled of lime and damp bones. Far above, gold cloaks searched her chambers, found only rose water still warm on the hearth. The tunnel opened near Rhaenys' hill, behind an abandoned potter's shed. A wagon waited, loaded with sacks of weevilled grain. Beneath them Margaery hid. Over the load, burlap tarp stank of mold. The driver clicked his tongue, and the ox trudged toward the river gate. There, confusion reigned. Rebels had torched the stockade earlier, and repairs left gaps large enough for a wagon to ease through undisturbed. Beyond the walls, Reach scouts escorted the lady away under moon-blotted sky. By the time Cersei learned of her escape, flames danced atop 3 storehouses and the riot had reached the Guildhall of Alchemists. whose wildfire caches kept master pyromancers sweating beneath damp cloths, praying sparks would not fall. She tore at the message scroll, screamed until her throat went raw, then marched to Joffrey's chamber. "My son," she cried, kneeling by his bed. "The treacherous rose has fled. Give me leave to unleash the pyromancers. We will turn their grain wagons to ash from here to Bitterbridge." Joffrey's lids fluttered open. Fever's fog returned, yet his smile was chilling. "Yes," he whispered. "Burn their bread. Let them dine on cinders." He grasped her wrist. "But first bring me Ser Loras." Cersei's eyes flicked away. Loras lay captive in White Sword Tower under Tywin's command. "Soon," she promised. Inside, doubt festered. Tywin would not allow a public flaying. Jaime might intervene. The realm might lash in recoil. Yet Joffrey's need for cruelty grew with each breath of pain. She could almost see it, the monstrous shape of his rage swelling in the candlelight, eclipsing the boy she once rocked to sleep. That night Tywin convened a closed council with Kevan, Pycelle, and Jaime. The clatter of conflict outside punctuated every word. "Losses mount," Kevan reported. "Half the city watch desert nightly. Grain stores are ablaze. We seized 3 rebel cells, but torture yielded nothing." Pycelle's hands trembled so violently his chains chimed. "The commoners speak of Queen Marjorie as their savior now. Bread and roses, they chant." "Bread they can have," Tywin muttered. "Roses they will choke upon." He studied Jaime. If Joffrey dies, Tommen must ascend, crowned by dawn to quell unrest. Jaime's gaze dropped to his golden fingers. "Joffrey may live." Tywin exhaled through his nose. "Joffrey may never walk unassisted. The wound festers despite Qyburn's potions. If he recovers, the realm will not forget that the lion's roar nearly starved them." He tapped parchment. "The Tyrell girl is gone, but Tommen still offers alliance. A marriage with whom?" Jaime snapped. "A Fry? An Umber? No house large enough will risk betting with us now." He rose. "Father, we must parley. Offer terms. Grain for peace." Tyrell prisoners exchanged. The king's mercy displayed. "Mercy is a myth," Tywin said coldly. "Order is real. If order requires that a weakened king yield to a stronger regent, so be it." He lifted quill, pen terse line, dripped wax, pressed seal. "Prepare the High Septon to crown Tommen at dawn." Jaime's lips parted, then closed. He bowed stiffly and left. Tywin handed the sealed decree to Kevan. "See it delivered." Jaime's path wound to the holdfast. He expected guards, he found none. Torches guttered. A hush draped corridors. In Joffrey's chamber, the bed stood empty, sheets stained pink. Qyburn stooped over cooling bowl of leeches, expression unreadable. "Where is he?" Jaime demanded. Qyburn did not glance up. His grace asked for fresh air. He walked the courtyard garden. Jaime's disbelief flared. Joffrey had not stood in days. He turned on heel, sprinted stone steps 2 at a time, burst into moonlit courtyard. Snow flurries fluttered like sifted ash. Beside a leafless weirwood, Joffrey leaned on a cane, breath fogging. He wore a fur-lined cloak. Beneath, bandages peeked from collar. The white bark around him shone crimson where drops of blood had fallen. He'd pulled stitches, reopened wound. "Your Grace," Jaime called softly, approaching. Joffrey's head cocked. The moon hollowed his face, carved black pits for eyes. "Uncle," he tapped cane. "I dreamed of gardens last night. Poison gardens where every petal cut like glass. I burned them, but still they pricked me." He coughed, scarlet flecking his lips. "Tell me, does pain mean I live or that I die?" "It means you fight," Jaime answered, chest heavy. He reached to support the king, but Joffrey drew back. "They say Tommen will wear my crown," he hissed. "They say my own blood betrays me." Jaime swore inwardly. News traveled faster than ravens. "Your counselors fear for the city. Naming Tommen protector is not betrayal." Joffrey's laughter rasped. "Protector? Protector from whom?" From me. He spit blood on snow.
No, uncle.
If they mean to crown a gentler king, they must kill the lion first. He lurched forward, cane raised like scepter, swinging at Jaime's temple. Jaime caught it easily. The motion tore stitches again. Joffrey crumpled with a scream. The cry roused guards. They burst into garden, saw blood, saw Jaime holding cane, and drew steel. Stand down. Jaime barked, but fear blurred loyalties. One lunged. Jaime parried, pommel to jaw. Another thrust. Jaime twisted, steel glancing off golden hand with clank. In chaos, Joffrey dragged himself upright, seized a guard's dagger, and lunged at Jaime's turned back. Pointed not for chest, but for Tommen's name engraved on Jaime's pauldron. The blade scraped bronze, slipped, buried through cuirass seam into flesh. Jaime gasped. Cold fire lanced side. Instinct jolted. Sword whipped round, knocking dagger free, but blood poured warm. Guards hesitated. Qyburn arrived, shrill shout to cease. Joffrey stared at the dagger, then at Jaime's bleeding side, and a slow smile spread. He pitched forward, fainting on snow. When dawn stained banners pink, 2 kings bled in Maegor's holdfast. Qyburn stitched Jaime under dim lamplight. Cersei wailed at Joffrey's bedside as fever peaked anew. Tywin's decree to crown Tommen was postponed. No high septon dared cross a corridor echoing with Queen's shrieks. Outside, the city braced for famine. Rebels held Warehouse District, Tywin commanded River Gate, and ships laden with fresh grain from Myr hovered offshore, unable to dock for fear of wildfire catapults perched on bluffs. A stalemate of starvation. Marjorie's escape spurred House Tyrell to action at last. On the mists of dawn 11 days after she fled, horns blared along the Rose Road as a legion 6,000 strong crested the hilltops. Banners of green and gold snapping like storm-tossed leaves. At their head rode Lord Randall Tarly, sword Heartsbane gleaming. No roses adorned his armor now, only thorns hammered in iron circled his gorget. Across Blackwater Bay, sails unfurled with the fiery heart sigil of Stannis Baratheon. A modest fleet but resolute. Between Stannis and Tarly lay King's Landing, exhausted, half ablaze, eaten from within by plague of hunger and fear. Inside Red Keep, Tywin weighed coins and corpses and possibilities. He summoned Jaime, pale but upright. Ride to treat with Tarly, he said. Offer prisoner exchange. Promise grain for peace. And Joffrey? Jaime asked. Tywin's eyes glinted. If my grandson yields throne willingly to Tommen, he may yet live to rule Casterly Rock. Jaime nodded. He understood. Mercy was measured in distance from power. Sometimes exile spared heads. He turned to leave, but Qyburn intercepted, pressing a sealed vial into Jaime's good hand. For pain, he murmured. Jaime pocketed it, uncertain which pain the healer meant. That evening, Jaime rode from the Gate of the Gods under White Banner beside Kevan and 3 guards. Across a ruined field bristling with burnt wagons, Tarly's host waited. Ser Loras, pale and grim, sat horse-mounted beside him, arm now freed of sling. Marjorie was absent, safe, Jaime guessed, beyond arrow reach. Parley began amid charred stumps of an orchard. Crows circled overhead. Jaime spoke first. The realm bleeds. Let us bandage it. Grain convoys will be escorted unmolested to the city. In return, Tyrell forces withdraw 2 leagues, and Loras is exchanged for Lord Baelish and the remaining Tyrell captives. Tommen will be crowned protector until Joffrey recovers. Tarly's mustache twitched. Protector but not king? Your lion still claws the throne. We demand abdication. And trial, Loras added, eyes flicking to Jaime's mended side. Trial, Jaime echoed. Before whom? The 7? They hide behind shattered windows. Then before the people, Loras said. Let them judge whether a king who starves his own is fit to rule. Jaime felt weariness settle like chainmail. A mob will rend him. A mob, Tarly said. Or justice itself. One cannot always tell the difference. The parley ended unresolved. As Jaime turned his destrier, he felt vile against ribs. Pain throbbed, but another ache pounded deeper. Dread that no compromise could bridge the gulf now carved. Night fell again. In holdfast halls, Cersei poured wine into a goblet, hand shaking less from exhaustion than from newfound clarity. She had listened to Qyburn whisper prognosis. Joffrey's lungs filled with fluid. Fever raced. Hope waned. She had watched Tommen sleep fitfully, cheeks sun-pink among grime. She had recalled Maggie the Frog's prophecy. Gold will be their crowns and gold their shrouds. 2 children, 1 crown, 1 shroud. The numbers blurred. She carried the goblet to bed and coaxed Joffrey to sip. He grimaced but obeyed. Then she stroked his hair until eyelids drooped, breath slowed. She stayed beside him, listening to the rasp flatten into silence. When at last no breath came, Cersei pressed lips to his forehead, cool already, and whispered, "You will always be my first son." Tears slipped, but she let them fall. There was no one left to witness. She stood, straightened gown, and crossed to Tommen's chamber. Qyburn waited within, pale as moonlit dust. He held a small vial, the twin of the one given to Jaime. Cersei waved it away. "No," she said. "Tommen will live." She knelt beside the boy, stroked his hair as she had Joffrey's. He stirred, eyes fluttered.
Innocent blue met hers.
"Mother," he whispered. "Tomorrow you will be king," she said softly. He blinked. Fear, wonder, confusion. She hugged him until his tremors calmed, humming lullaby from a childhood long buried beneath gold and iron. Outside, bells began to toll. 12 strikes, solemn as grave earth. The city heard and felt a change in air, as when storm clouds rupture at last. In the Tyrell encampment, Olenna motioned wordless prayer. In the rebel lanes of Flea Bottom, beggars paused chewing rat bones. In the throne room, Tywin stared at the iron crown resting on velvet and wondered how victory tasted when steeped in a grandson's blood. Dawn of the 15th day rose silvery, cold. King's Landing awoke to proclamation. Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name, had perished of wounds inflicted by traitor Ser Loras Tyrell. Tommen of House Baratheon was crowned, a maiden-faced king garbed in crimson-trimmed gold. His mother knelt beside him. His grandfather stood behind, hand upon the boy's shoulder. Before the assembled lords, Tywin spoke, "Mercy shall temper justice." He ordered Ser Loras delivered alive to Highgarden once hostilities ceased. Lady Olenna granted audience. Grain flows restored, rebel smallfolk pardoned. The city exhaled a breath it had held for months. In the great September, silent sisters washed Joffrey's body, threading him in cloth of gold. Cersei watched, tears spent, face carved of marble. Jaime stood at her side, arm in sling, eyes dark. Between them lay silence older than vows. That night, wildfire stores were quietly sealed, their keys placed in iron bank coffers as collateral against crown debt. Tywin wrote bloodless letters to Tarly, to Stannis, to Bravos. Lannister coffers bled gold, but gold could stanch war easier than swords. Yet peace regained bore fractures. Flea Bottom smoldered, half-ruined. Reachmen prowled the riverlands. Stannis' fleet dropped anchor off Driftmark, awaiting sign from gods or witches. And far across the sea, 3 dragons stretched wings over Meereen, scenting distant turmoil like carrion crows smell rot. But for a preck. Eas season, one sliver of brittle calm. King's Landing slept beneath stars. Bread returned to market stalls. Roses bloomed in window boxes once more. In palace gardens, Tommen chased Ser Pounce across dew-silvered grass, ankle bells tinkling soft. The new king's laughter drifted over parapets, thin yet sweet, and the city listened with tentative hope that perhaps this time the crown might fit a gentler brow. In a shuttered turret high above, Qyburn mixed tinctures by candlelight. His ledger listed debts owed and favors earned. Atop the page he penned a single line, "A lion's shadow is longer at sunset." Then he corked ink, snuffed flame, and turned eyes to horizon where dawn would, inevitably, bleed again. The bells of the great September rang bronze and hollow at midsong. tolling the news of a new dawn even as soot still drifted through air once perfumed with lilac and myrrh. They told not the jubilant clamor that had greeted Robert's coronation, nor the mournful dirge that followed Ares's death, but an uncertain cadence, hesitant strokes testing whether the city would answer in harmony or discord. Some answered with cheers from balconies overlooking the Street of Sisters. Others merely listened, wary, from behind barred shutters. Inside the sept itself, sunlight found its way through the shattered rose window, casting misshapen shards of rainbow across cracked marble. There, beneath that maimed kaleidoscope, stood the new king of Westeros. Tommen Baratheon, scarce 10 years of age, wore a mantle of crimson and gold so heavy it bowed his small shoulders. The orb and scepter in his hands felt like stone, yet he gripped them with quiet resolve born of equal parts awe and dread. Cersei was never more conscious of eyes upon her. The lords declarant gathered for this coronation, a scant, uneasy quorum, watched every tremor in her fingers, every quiver in her voice as she recited the ancient oaths on her son's behalf. Half of them had come under duress or enticement. The rest, driven by the hope that a child with a gentle laugh might heal wounds his brother had gouged deep. High Septon Theobald placed the crown upon Tommen's head. The circlet had been reforged overnight, Joffrey's brilliant rubies replaced by plain-cut garnets and smoky quartz, stones that seemed modest, even somber. When the Septon stepped back, a hush washed across the nave. Tommen blinked up at his mother, eyes as blue as summer skies above Casterly Rock. "Do I speak now?" he whispered. "Yes, my sweet," Cersei murmured, steadying the trembling scepter. Tommen cleared his throat. His voice wavered but held. "I will be a good king," he said, words echoing off columns where statues still bore scorch marks from riots. "I will guard my people and give them bread, not fear. Bread, not fear." The phrase struck Cersei like a thrown stone. She felt each syllable bruise. It had not been coached. The boy had forged it in his own heart, where nightmares of fire and screams still lingered from nights hiding beneath his bed. For some among the lords, tears sprang unbidden. Others, hardened by war, merely nodded. Outside, grain carts newly released from Tyrell granaries creaked toward the river docks. Lord Randall Tarley's soldiery escorted them under olive-green pennants stitched hastily with a crescent crown of thorns, a symbol of contrition or warning, no one yet knew. Gold cloaks on the walls saluted without the zeal they once reserved for lion banners, but at least they saluted. Tywin watched from a crenel above the mud gate. His face, hawk-sharp, betrayed little. Even now, with one grandson dead and another crowned, he calculated. How many casks of grain to buy goodwill? How many pardons to offer before they diluted fear? How soon before winter's bite rendered harvests moot? The ledger in his mind never slept. Dusk found Lady Olenna in a pavilion of striped silk pitched beyond arrow range of the city's scorpions. Candles flickered in green glass lanterns, painting her lined face emerald. Across a low table sat Ser Davos Seaworth, newly come from Stannis' flagship Fury by way of a bobbing skiff and a night's perilous row past chain boom and submerged stakes. Davos warmed his hands on a cup of arbor tea, scant luxury after weeks at sea. "King Stannis offers steel and sail," he said, voice graveled by salt winds. "But he will not bend knee to a child born of incest." Olenna sipped, seemingly unmoved. A fine objection, if Tommen were such a child. Yet there's no Ned Stark left to shout that treason in a square. She reached for a sugared plum, parted its skin. "Why trade sure winter wheat for a theoretical harvest?" Davos frowned. "My king's claim is lawful, and his fleet is meager, his coffers emptier than a Dorne well in drought, while ours—" She gestured to crates of reach silver stacked near the tent flap. "Allies are won the same as battles, by feeding hungry soldiers. Ask yourself, will starving small folk fight for a sigil they've never seen, or for the bread in their bellies?" The smuggler's fingers tightened on the cup, yet he knew truth when it stung. "And what of Queen Marjorie? King Stannis' lords will not stomach a Tyrell on the throne. Nor would my own lords embrace a fiery-hearted stag." Olenna placed the split plum on a saucer, juice-seeped ruby. Let the boy Tommen sit the throne for now. Hearths need not know whose hand guides his. If the Baratheon wishes influence, let him bring ships. But no flames, no dragons of shadow, or this alliance ends in ash. Davos studied her, saw steel beneath wrinkles. He would relay her terms, but doubted Stannis would stomach playing second sword to a Reach conspiracy. Yet, if the alternative was starvation and Tywin's undiminished power, perhaps the king's stubbornness might bend. Davos prayed to whichever god still listened to men without crowns. In the Red Keep's highest tower, Qyburn tended his new laboratory. Jars of leeches lined shelves. Bones of sparrows boiled in rosewater on a brazier, scent masking less wholesome odors. At his bench lay the dagger Joffrey had wielded, its blade dark with Jaime's half-dried blood. The former maester brushed a fingertip across the stain, dabbed it onto parchment burned charcoal black, and whispered an incantation he claimed was recorded in Valyrian glyph. A knock. He covered the dagger, turned. "Your Grace." Tommen stepped inside, escorted by Ser Meryn, who stood at the threshold like an iron doorstop. The boy king stared at glass jars, lamb's hearts suspended in green liquor, scorpions pickled in viscous gold, as though glimpsing a sorcerer's cabinet from old Nan's tales. Qyburn bowed. "What service may I render?" Tommen's cheeks flamed. "Mother says you make drafts for sleep. I cannot close my eyes without seeing Joffrey. I wish to rest so I might rule wisely." A remarkable request, Qyburn mused. Joffrey had raged against sleep while wounds festered. This one sought it to better wear a crown. He brewed chamomile laced with poppy seed, mild enough for a child. As the boy drank, Qyburn asked, "Does your grace desire dreams or oblivion?" Tommen lowered the cup, milk mustache silver in torchlight. "Dreams," he said, "but gentle ones. Then a gentle draught you shall have." When they departed, Qyburn returned to the dagger. Beneath candle glow, the drying blood shimmered faintly, as though slivers of gold flickered at its edge. He lifted a fresh quill, dipped it in the residue, and inscribed a line in his ledger. "Royal lifeblood procured." On the ledger's last page, blank wax waited the shape of a sigil not yet pressed. 3 streets down from the Gate of the Gods, Flea Bottom's Potter's Alley shuddered with new industry. Once empty kilns now baked earthen bowls emblazoned with thorn-crowned roses. Rebel artisans sold them for a penny, filling them with barley stew ladled from Tyrell cauldrons. The bowls' bottoms carried a message etched by pin. "The bread you hold owes nothing to lions." Gold cloaks tried smashing the pots. Women gathered the shards and strung them on twine into garlands that rattled like defiant wind chimes. Word reached Tywin's ears. "Break their hands," he ordered. "Not their toys." Yet each hand broken birthed 2 sons who vowed vengeance. The ledger of fear, he discovered, had limits when hunger's rose grew thick. On a frigid dawn tide, 2 cogboats slipped into Blackwater Bay under Stormlander flags. Their holds held barrels of dried cod and sacks of saffron, gift from House Estermont to the new crown. But hidden among the crew were 3 silent sisters bearing an ebony chest bound with leaden hoops. They carried it through postern doors into the Great September's crypt, where no one but the High Septon and select novices could witness unwrapping. When the lid lifted, chill mist curled. Inside lay the body of Renly Baratheon, preserved by ice and pine pitch. Candles flickered in drafts not felt moments earlier. The sisters set Renly upon an alabaster slab beside Joffrey, whose burial awaited final gilded stolons from Casterly Rock. 2 kings, both young, both slain by family hands if rumor held, one by shadow, one by thorn. The High Septon knelt, trembled, prayed, but his mind spun. Bodies hold stories. Stories breed unrest. Already whispers claimed Renly's lips retained color, as though Rainbow Guard loyalty kept blood from deserting him. And Joffrey? His shroud glimmered like molten sun, yet some novices swore spiders crawled inside, weaving silk about his limbs. Superstition brimmed like wine left too long. When news of Renly's arrival reached the Red Keep, Tywin cursed first the Iron Throne for its inability to stay still, then the sea for delivering ghosts, then Varys for not foreseeing it. The The spider only smiled, spread pale hands. Sometimes ghosts row faster than flesh. Cersei demanded the coffin burnt, lest Renly's shade sow sedition. Tywin overruled. Burning a Baratheon prince might drive storms end into open revolt. Instead, the brothers would lie side by side until spring, when gales subsided and ships could bear them to rest in ancestral crypts. A temporary piece of stone. But stone whispers, and soon taverns hummed with talk of ghostly kings awaiting judgment upon mortal pretenders. Prayer houses filled with those pleading to gods old and new to sweep away false crowns. Among them knelt a former sparrow named Maribald, who preached that Tommen's innocence could yet redeem 7 kingdoms, if only wicked counsel were scoured away. His sermons, carried by tongues like seeds on wind, reached every lice-scratched cot along the Rose Road. In the Riverlands, the Brotherhood without banners resurfaced, banners repainted. One half black for kingly bloodshed, one half green gold for the hungry fields of the Reach. They raided Lannister baggage trains, sparing small folk, leaving behind scrolls sealed with a thorn. Each scroll bore the same verdict for crimes against the realm. Repay bread in blood or kneel before the briar. Beric Dondarrion, miraculously alive once more, argued within shadowed woodland ruins. "The lad Tommen shows promise," he told Thuras. "If we kneel, we might shape his court." But Thuras, blinking sleep from angelic drunken eyes, fretted over red dreams still unsung. They compromised in swords, not words, rescuing war orphans, sabotaging siege towers Stannis sent drifting upriver for a planned assault on Maidenpool. Neither Tyrell nor Baratheon commanded them. They bowed only to a phantom queen named Justice. Back in King's Landing, Jaime's mending wound forbade armor, so he prowled halls in simple linen, golden hand tucked beneath cloak like shame concealed. He visited Tommen nightly, reading tales of gallant knights who conquered dragons with courtesy rather than sword. Tommen listened, wide-eyed. "Must a king always kill dragons?" he asked one evening. "Only if the dragon threatens his people," Jaime answered. "Sometimes, a king might talk instead, and find the dragon wants only to nest in peace." Tommen considered. "Would you talk to dragons, uncle?" Jaime's smile faded as memories rose. Mad King's wildfire dreams, screams of those he could not save. "I would," he said, "though I fear I no longer speak their tongue." Tommen reached to touch the golden stump, tracing filigree joints. "Then I will learn and speak for you." Cersei, meanwhile, fought nightmares. In one, she walked a corridor lined with mirrors. Each reflection was Joffrey at a different age. Laughing babe, petulant boy, dying king. She smashed glass with bare fists, shards embedded, blood streaming. Reflections laughed still. She awoke screaming, Qyburn at bedside. He offered milk of the poppy. She refused. "Find me weapons," she rasped. "The kind that kill shadows and grandmothers alike." Qyburn bowed, lips curving. In cryptic tomes, he found mention of basilisk venom refined by pyromancers into smoke that seeped walls. He requisitioned copper tubes from the Guild of Alchemists, claiming research for rat control. The alchemists, eager to redeem reputation after near-catastrophic fires, complied. Yet every art has equal cost. For each vile brood, Qyburn demanded one living subject. Cells beneath the red keep filled with nameless prisoners, pickpockets, looters, sometimes Tyrell sympathizers fingered by bribed informers. Rumors of screams crawling through stone reached even maids changing sheets in the Tower of the Hand. But fear kept tongues still. When first winter snowflakes spiraled from low clouds, Tywin summoned a great council in the throne room. Stone columns stood draped in banners newly washed of soot. Lions at the dais, stags beside, thorns ringed about. Lords called from every corner, Hightower and Rowan, Selmy and Valerion, Celtigar and Estermont, trooped past nervous torches. Even Roose Bolton appeared, pale as grave fog, flanked by iron grim Frey men. He claimed to represent northern interests until a Stark should rise again. Tywin opened with calculus. The realm's grain reserves, shipping lanes, debt to the Iron Bank, tolls from rebuilt bridgeworks. He proposed joint Tyrell, Lannister oversight of harvest routes, naval patrols under Baratheon banners, and a council seat reserved for Dorne, whose neutrality must not align with dragons across the sea. It was pragmatic, balanced, and unsatisfactory to all. Randyll Tarly rose, demanded full amnesty for rebel captains. Euron Greyjoy, uninvited but present via surly envoy, demanded ports in the Reach in exchange for raiding Stannis' fleet. Mace Tyrell wished a formal apology for his mother and daughter's warrant. Cersei refused any apology. Prince Doran's message arrived by Raven. Sunspear would observe but not meddle, provided its shipping lanes to Old Town remained open. The hall descended to quarrel. Tommen squirmed upon the throne, feet not touching floor. He looked to his mother. She stared at no one. He looked to his grandfather. Tywin massaged temples, fury hidden by composure's thin lacquer. Then Jaime stepped forward, cloak draped, sword absent. A knight unarmed, words his only steel. "My lords," he began, voice clear. "5 kings have died since Robert's rebellion. Fields burn, septs crumble, children starve while we weigh apologies like gold. We can measure blood in cups or choose to stop the flow." He spoke of Tommen's wish for bread over fear, of small folk singing ballads not of lions or roses but of peace etched on broken bowls. He admitted his own sins, kingslaying, oath-breaking, but avowed that another broken oath would doom them all. If the realm fractures again, dragons looming afar need not breathe flame. We will already be ash. Silence met his words, a hush of sundered pride. Tywin's gaze bored into his son. Cersei's lips parted, fury or shock unreadable. Tarly's stern visage softened a fraction. Roose Bolton's eyes narrowed, calculating. At last, Mace Tyrell's booming voice broke the stillness. "Well-spoken, Kingslayer," he said. "Yet words are wind. Show us deeds." Jaime inclined his head. "Then let deeds begin with me." He drew from cloak the lead-sealed dagger, the very weapon Joffrey had wielded. "I present the blade that slew a king. Let it be bound in iron and sunk beyond the reach of vengeance." He placed it upon the dais, stepped back. The gesture rippled outward. Tarly unbuckled Heartsbane, laid it across a crimson pillow, symbol that the Reach did not hunger for more royal blood. Roose Bolton removed a thin stiletto rumored to carry Flayedman runes, offered it hilt-first to the squire of House Holloway for disposal. One by one, lords set weapons or tokens of grievance aside. None dared call it surrender. They called it winter provisioning, but symbolism replaced steel. Cersei stood at last. Eyes bright, she approached the pile of weapons, unclasped the golden lion brooch pinning her cloak. She pressed it among blades. Gasps rose. The lion pin was her sigil of office as Queen Regent. She turned to Tommen, bowed. "The realm is yours, my son. Rule it kindly." Then she strode from the hall, leaving shocked courtiers in her wake. She did not flee the city. Some rumors claimed she boarded a ship for Pentos. Others, that she rode to Casterly Rock to gather loyalists. In truth, she retreated to a modest villa on Visenya's Hill, overlooking the Blackwater. There, between vineyards stripped bare by winter, Cersei began a different war. One waged with letters and coins, with Qyburn's hush-hush ravens, with whispers that crept into bedchambers of lords too complacent. She studied volumes of Targaryen history, fixating on queens who ruled through sons. Alysanne, Visenya, Rhaenyra. Some triumphed, others burned. She resolved to be the former. Qyburn visited nightly. Sometimes he bore scrolls thick with cipher, sometimes vials that shimmered like moonlit seawater. To each he appended a single label in copperplate, contingency, and under cover of those visits, wagons ferried crates at dawn toward deserted granaries converted to clandestine foundries. Inside, alchemists chafing under new restrictions tested colored wildfire. Violet, azure, rose red, each variant promising controlled burns, or so they assured her. She thought of thorns crackling in flame and almost smiled. North of the city, at a fortified toll bridge near Maidenpool, Lord Davos met Stannis after returning from parley with the Tyrell Queen. Snow dusted Stannis's blue-black beard. His eyes, colder than drift ice, parsed each nuance of Davos's report. "They will keep the boy king," Stannis concluded. "They want a puppet, not a ruler." "Perhaps, your grace," Davos answered. "Yet they feed the people. A starving realm will not rally to our banners." He dared add, "The onion grew because it was planted in fertile soil, not because it cursed the gardener." Stannis's lips twitched, a rare sign the king considered humor before discarding it. "Very well, we break no bread with usurpers. But we break no bones either, not yet. We sail south, harry Lannister shipping, strangle their purse. When the Iron Bank calls its loans, Tywin's gold may run dry." Melisandre, crimson-clad, listened by torchlight. Later, as Davos descended gangplank, she whispered, "Kings rise, kings fall, but the night never tires of sharpening its claws. Tell your Queen of Thorns to mind the shadows she plants." Davos shivered. Whether from the cold or her words he could not say. Deep winter settled over Westeros, brittle and blue. In King's Landing, ration lines shortened under Tyrell grain, though flurries still dusted shoulders of those waiting. In Maegor's Holdfast, Tommen rose before dawn each day to study letters with Maester Omer and spar wooden swords with Ser Loras, released under parole to train the king rather than rot in a cell. The boy's cheeks reddened, limbs I'lled out. Frequently he visited the dragon skulls beneath the Red Keep, walking among ancient bones lit by flickering lanterns. There he practiced speeches about justice and mercy, as if addressing invisible dragons who judged the timbre of a king's heart. Jaime accompanied him once, leaning against a boulder-sized brow ridge of Balerion. "These skulls belong to creatures once feared," he told Tommen. "Yet fear was not enough to keep them alive forever. Remember that, when men counsel terror as a throne's foundation." Tommen touched a curved thong, eyes vast in torchlight. "Will they ever return, uncle? Dragons?" "Perhaps," Jaime said softly. "If they do, let us hope they find a kinder kingdom." Unseen behind a pillar, Varys noted every word. The realm hung on kindness now, kindness or cunning deeper than wildfire vaults. The spider weighed both in his heart and wondered which web he must weave to shield a boy king from storms born before his first breath. Storms gathered nonetheless. In Old Town, charcoal-winged ravens arrived bearing tales of masked plague in Volantis. Grey Death, they named it, boiling lungs, skin turning stone-hard before breath ceased. Ships out of Lys reported dragons glimpsed soaring above sandstone spires in Meereen, black scales glinting like night water. Rumors traveled faster than truth, and truth traveled with them often enough to breed dread. Tywin pressed scribes to draft trade pacts with Karth merchants for hardy winter oats and Essosi spices likely to fetch high in lean months. He placed Iron Bank emissaries in suites overlooking the sea, buying time with Casterly guarantees. Yet each contract bore costs, and coffers drained like grain sieves. In private, he trained his granddaughter Myrcella, returned from Dorne under Aerys Oakheart's silent guard, to read ledgers and count coin. "A realm's lifeblood," he instructed, tapping a crimson total inked on parchment, "flows not through veins or rivers, but through balances owed and paid." She learned quickly, quill racing. Tywin smothered a flicker of pride, focusing on numerals that refused to align. Lady Olenna kept hearths blazing in her manse, but seldom warmed herself. Instead she wrote letter after letter, to Tarly, to Lord Paramount's newly minted in war's churn, to maesters in Citadel towers who might whisper of wildfire experiments. Each missive wrapped in sealing wax shaped like a briar. Petticoat couriers slipped unseen through gates at dawn, their satchels bulging. One frigid evening, a raven arrived bearing parchment in elegant Braavosi script. Lady Olenna cracked seal, eyes scanning. An eyebrow quirked. She summoned Marjorie from the solar where the young queen penned careful lines for Tommen. Platonic assurances that she prayed daily for his health and stood ready to serve crown and gods. "It seems the Iron Bank tires of Tywin's promissory notes," Olenna said, handing letter over. "They inquire whether another patron might guarantee continued harvest flows in exchange for considerations. Braavos is, above all, pragmatic. Marjorie read, lips pursed. They wish the Reach to co-sign the realm's debt, to chain us with gold. Gold buys keys that unlock gates no sword may open, Olenna replied. But every key fits a lock, and sometimes a throat. Marjorie looked northward, through frost-rimmed pane, toward towers of the Red Keep. If Tommen governs wisely, coins will be found. Better debt than more blood. Olenna's wrinkles deepened into an approximation of a smile. Wise words, yet remember who holds the billfold, my sweet. Gilded chains are chains nonetheless. Marjorie nodded, mind churning. She would write another letter, this one to Tommen directly, bypassing clerks. A letter of hope, yet edged with truth. A crown that feeds its people sits lighter upon the brow. Winter's first moon waned. On a night so still the Blackwater seemed a skin of black marble. A lone skiff glided beneath the cliffs of Dragonmont. Davos rode, shoulders aching, calloused palms split anew. Beside him crouched Melisandre, eyes reflecting starlight. They made landfall upon a shingle beach. Ahead, in caverns once used to brood dragons in Valyrian days, faint violet glow pulsed, torch flame painted by sorceress oils. The fire whispers, Melisandre intoned as they disembarked. A song of ice turned ash, of lions devoured by roses whose thorns drip green fire. Only the king who carries light may quell shadows. Davos set jaw. His grace is weary of riddles. Then show him flame, she replied. She raised a hand. The cavern mouth flared, unveiling phantoms in dancing light. Images upon stone walls, shapes writhing like silk banners in windless air. Davos beheld a lioness hoarding children, a briar woven into a crown, ships of flame upon black water. And beyond, 3 dragons eclipsed a rising sun. Davos shuddered. If this comes to pass, all we build will burn. Melisandre's grin curved crimson. Unless true fire burns first. Atop towering ramparts of King's Landing, Jaime met Cersei one dawn. Snowflakes drifted between them. For a moment, siblings beheld each other not as lion and lioness but broken halves of mirror once whole. I hear you've laid your pin aside, Jaime said softly. Cersei's breath plumed white. Symbols matter. Let courtiers squabble over cloak colors. I know where power sits. In wildfire vats? Her eyes narrowed. In hearts that refused to kneel. She turned to the city blanketed in pale hush. I gave birth to 2 kings. One died screaming. One may yet die pleading. I will not birth a 3rd tragedy. Jaime touched her sleeve. Then do not nurture one. Let Tommen learn gentleness. I cannot teach what I do not wield. She pulled free, strode away, cloak snapping. Jaime watched until she vanished down stairwell, footsteps fading like receding thunder. He feared storms yet unseen would follow. Weeks into the new year, a brazen flare lit midnight sky over the Blackwater. A warehouse near the Alchemist's Guild exploded. Wildfire cache left from Joffrey's reign, miscatalogued. Green flames climbed like a serpent, devouring dockside shanties. From towers, Cersei saw the pall and whispered curses upon sloppy pyromancers. From the Tyrell manse, Olenna watched and measured timings. She doubted carelessness. Fear, she knew, could be coaxed as easily as hidden tinder. Ingeniously, gold cloaks and reach men fought side by side, forming bucket chains that passed brine water to douse green pyres until sunrise. Common folk cheered, unity forged in calamity. That very day, Tommen decreed a joint patrol, each watchpost manned by 1 lion and 1 rose. A small shift, yet potent symbol. Tywin's approval came grudging. Command shared meant command diluted. But coin saved from reduced riots outweighed pride. He signed the edict, sealed in golden wax. Months slipped by. The city mended, though scar tissue remained. Taverns reopened. Mummers returned to stages, their farces poking fun at queens with too many wine cups and septons who preached peace while counting coin. Bread bowls still circulated, now bearing both lion and rose etched across. Eating from one no longer invited cudgel to skull. Yet beyond city walls, the wider realm still teetered. The north remained quiet but watchful under Bolton's flayed banners. The Iron Islands simmered with rumors of a crow-eyed kraken king brandishing dragon horn. Dorne plotted vengeance measured in patient heartbeats. And across the sea, Daenerys Stormborn gathered freedmen into legions that sang of broken chains. In quiet council one starlit evening, Varys posed a question to Tywin as they pored over maps. When 3 dragons soar, will bread and roses suffice to shield fleece? Tywin tapped Bravos, tapped Old Town, tapped Dorne. We will forge shields of coin, scroll, and marriage. Steel alone cannot bar dragonfire. But dragonfire melts coin, Varys murmured. Tywin's eyes flashed. Then we shall buy the wind. Varys inclined head, spider-soft. He wondered if even Tywin's vast intellect could purchase what storms of fate would soon unleash. Yet he would weave silk enough to try. Webs, after all, stretch far before they tear. In the first blush of spring's thaw, Tommen rode through city gates on a white palfrey, Sere Pounce curled in a basket affixed to saddle. Children ran alongside, tossing petals scavenged from the few-hearted gardens that survived winter. At Rhaenys' hill he halted, dismounted, and knelt where seedlings pushed through broken cobblestones, the first budding green since riots scorched earth. He planted a sapling rosebush there, pressing soil around stem with his own bare hands. Gold cloaks watched, confused. Reach knights bowed heads. Above, on parapet, Jaime stood behind Cersei, who gazed down with unreadable eyes. "What game is this?" she whispered. "A child's," Jaime answered. She turned away. "Children's games kill men. Or save them," he said, unheard. In the hush that followed, bells of the great September pealed, softer this time, joy tinged with mourning, like distant sea whined through broken glass. The people stilled to listen. Tommen rose, dirt streaking his cheeks, and smiled the unbroken smile of a boy who believed gardens might bloom upon ruins. No one knew how long that smile would withstand storms looming beyond horizon. Sails bearing fiery hearts, wings of obsidian, horns of kraken. But for that moment, in the shadow of thrones and thorns, hope took root in cracked stone. And though some would call hope the cruelest weed, others, remembering the long winter, nurtured it with guarded hearts. Far off in the east, a raven winged above the red wastes, bearing to Meereen a scrap of parchment lifted by unknown hands from a Braavosi counting house. Upon it, a single line: "The lion owes more than his roar can pay." The raven landed upon a broken pyramid where a silver-haired queen gazed westward, dragons circling overhead. She read the line, smiled, and spoke a word in Valyrian that made the raven lift off, startled. Fire glimmered in her eyes, mirrored thousands of leagues away by green wildfire simmering beneath King's Landing. 2 blazes destined to meet, one way or another. Between them stretched a realm of bread bowls and briar crowns, lion pins and broken daggers, boys who spoke to dragon skulls and queens who conversed with shadows. Whether hope or doom would bloom when those flames converged, none could yet foretell. But the story of thrones and thorns, of bread and blood, pressed onward, patient as winter, stubborn as spring, awaiting the next hand to prune or reap. Dawn seeped pale over the Blackwater like wine watered twice, thin and colorless. A hush lay across King's Landing in that first husk-white hour, broken only by gull cries and the muted slap of river against stone pilings. In Visenya's hill villa, Cersei stared from her balcony at the thread of smoke still curling where last night an alchemist's test had seared a scorch mark into the lower Bailey wall. The wildfire variant burned rose-red, clinging to granite longer than the familiar eerie green. Promising, Qyburn had murmured, pressing for more prisoners. But promises were daggers, sharpest when turned inward. Cersei knew this lesson. Still she hungered for blades. She turned from the view to a table littered with scrolls. One bore Braavosi seal, an invoice stamped with the Iron Bank's iron key. Payment due dates marched like little soldiers across parchment. She reread the final line. Any delay beyond first moon of summer invites reassessment of creditworthiness. Reassessment, she knew, was their polite word for strangulation. She crushed the scroll, tossed it to brazier flames. Gold could be mined or borrowed. Fear could be minted faster. Let bravos wait upon fear. Footsteps approached. Qyburn entered, hooded, bearing a small iron birdcage draped in black cloth. At Cersei's nod, he unveiled it. Inside perched a pale sparrow, feathers mottled by streaks of damp crimson. Its eyes were gone, delicate hollows bleeding still. "A gift from one of the prisoners," Qyburn said softly, their tongues loosed under nightshade. They spoke of a preacher called Maribald rallying Fleabottom to chant bread and mercy at dusk. He pinched a bit of seed. The sparrow fluttered blindly, pecked phantoms. Mutilation inspires obedience, yet see how it still seeks sustenance. Cersei's lip curled. "Did you learn where Maribald nests?" "In the ruins of the September of the Sows. But he moves often." "Cut his wings," she said. "Let him preach from a pyre, if he wishes warmth." Qyburn inclined his head. "Discretion, the kind wildfire offers, spectacular and instructive. As you wish." He covered the cage and withdrew. Cersei poured mulled wine, warming hands round the cup. She thought of Tommen planting his rosebush, the child's small fingers pressing earth, and of the sparrow groping blind for seed. Mercy, bread, roses, weakness each, but wildfire, fear, and coin, those were the sinew of kingdoms. Yet somewhere in her memory, softer voices intruded. Joffrey's first toddling steps, Myrcella's laughter in the Maidenvault gardens, Jaime promising that no harm would touch their children while he breathed. Broken promises, all. She drowned them with wine. In the dungeons below Maegor's holdfast, torch smoke pooled thick enough to chew. Ser Loras Tyrell paced a narrow cell barred by Valyrian steel lattice, an insult Tywin designed, for Loras's own Brytra-forged blade never held him now. Each stride pulled stitched wound in his side, souvenir of riot night, but he welcomed pain. It reminded him of debts yet owed. 3 days prior, he had trained Tommen in the yard, sparring with blunted longswords. The boy's face lit with pride when steel rang, and for a heartbeat Loras glimpsed a gentler Westeros. But gentleness was a reed against hurricane. The next dawn guards had come, shackled him, whispered of plots uncovered, rose-ink letters, smuggling of arms. Lies, perhaps truths planted like seeds by Olenna herself. In politics, even grandchildren were pawns. Keys clanked. Footfalls. The cell opened. Ser Balon Swan entered with 2 spearmen. "Lord Tyrell," Balon said regretfully, "the Hand has ordered your removal to the Red September's crypts. Higher walls for a higher-born. Come quietly, and no man will draw." Loras's jaw flexed. Higher walls keep secrets deeper. Whose? But he followed. He reckoned crypts less secure than Tywin believed. Old catacombs bored under city like worm paths in Apple. Marjorie would know which tunnel mouth spat freedom. Hope, slender as sword point. As they escorted him upward, muffled thunder shook dust from stones. Distant explosion, echoing across rooftops. Guards tensed. Another test of wildfire, Loras guessed, or perhaps Qyburn's new toys. He filed the tremor among details a future coup might exploit. Atop the ramparts, Jaime leaned on Merlin, wind-tugging golden hair newly shorn to militant crop. He had spent winter drilling gold cloaks in riot control, his father's directive, yet he eyed the city's simmering cauldron with unease. Somewhere within those crooked streets hid more than beggars. Spies for Stannis, cells for Daenerys, zealots awaiting sparrow calls. A single spark, green or red, could ignite all. Rustle behind him. He turned, expecting a squire, but found Prince Oberyn Martell striding with viper grace. The Dornishman wore sable cloak lined with sunrise orange satin. Jewels glinted like venom droplets on fingers. "My good sir," Oberyn drawled, surveying city. "Lovely view. Reminds me of Volantis. The slums, at least, though your slums smell less of tiger piss and more of boiled cabbage." Jaime offered thin smile. "Prince Oberyn, I hadn't heard of your arrival. I prefer quiet entries. Bells make my head ache." Oberyn rested elbows on crenel, peering at Blackwater sparkled by dawn. Word reached Sunspear of Transitions. 1 boy king dead, Another crowned, a queen who gardens in ashes while her father calculates interest. I came to judge the compost myself. And what judgment? Too soon. He rolled shoulders. But Dornish grain shipments might ease city hunger, in exchange for certain considerations. Myrcella's betrothal, for instance. My brother still pines for peace sealed by marriage. Jaime stiffened. My daughter is not a coin to trade. Oberyn lifted brow. Coin buys swords, brides buy kingdoms. Ask your grandsire. A pause. Jaime exhaled. What do you desire, truly? Justice, Oberyn said, eyes flaring. Not some Tyrell packaged charity or Lannister tithe, but truth spilled and paid. The mountain still breeds terror. I want his confession, his head, or both. In return, Dorne's spears remain sheathed when dragons come calling. He extended hand as though sealing bargain. Jaime's golden fingers tapped parapet. He could not promise what Clegane would never yield, but if refusing meant open desert revolt, tact required stall. I'll bring your proposal to the hand. Do. Oberyn glanced at south horizon where desert's memory smudged sky. Your city walks cliff edge. Best tie your lions to roses and vipers before winds shift. He departed with rustle of silk. Jaime watched him descend stair until swallowed by shadow. Across the narrow sea, dawn bled deeper. On Meereen's great pyramid terrace, Daenerys Targaryen gazed at caged red and gold wyvern etched into Braavosi scroll. Translation spoken by Greenwood, her new scribe, told of Westeros debts and brewing revolt. She stroked Drogon's snout. The dragon's breath steamed in cool morning. Tyrion once counseled patience, she murmured to Missandei. But Lannisters squander patience as swine squander pearls. Their cub now sits uneasy on throne. Their queen mother plays with fire. The people hunger for bread. What better time to bring justice? Missandei's brow furrowed. The Iron Throne still commands fleets quick to swim. She pointed seaward where black-masted warships flew Crimson Dragon across sun-cloth sails. The newborn fleet of Astapor, hammered from slave galleys and fitted with Volantene ballistae. But our oarmen are freedmen who have never braved storms of the Sunset Sea. Storms bow to dragons. Daenerys turned to Grey Worm, who knelt armored in polished bronze. Ready unsullied for embarkation. In one moon we sail for Dorne. Prince Doran has sent envoys promising harbor if justice rides our winds. Grey Worm saluted, voice steady. It will be done, blood of my blood. Back in Westeros, the moon waxed while conspiracies ripened. Qyburn's red wildfire matured. He stored vials beneath villa floors, hidden in cedar chests labeled as chilled fruit preserves. Cersei drafted lists of Maribald's followers, scribbled red crosses beside those whose families could disappear. Tywin balanced ledgers. Iron Bank envoys frowned at arithmetic. Gold wagons left Casterly Rock under double guard. Olenna, for her part, planted actual roses along the Street of Sisters, ordering gardeners to cut thorns so children might handle petals unpricked. Yet she sharpened thorns elsewhere, negotiating secret shipments of Myrish crossbows to certain dockside guilds, recruiting moldbreaker smiths to temper armor for light reach cavalry, and slipping coin to quiet apothecaries for powders that halted hearts without visible mark. In the gutters, Maribald's sermons grew louder despite bounties. One crisp evening, as red-tinged snowflakes drifted like dying embers, his voice boomed from atop Pigpen cart. 7 guide the meek, lions who hoard crumble under rust. No rose thrives in flame, yet bread will rise anew. Gold cloaks surrounded, clubs raised, but crowds surged, shielding. Amid chaos, smoke grenade burst, Tyrell contraption, and me. Ribald vanished down alley. Later that night, Red Keep guards found a note pinned to gate. Break 1 sparrow's wing, 3 will soar. Beneath, a stylized rose dripping blood. Jaime read note, tasted dread. He met with Tommen in rookery, away from ears. Your Grace, he said, kneeling. Voices cry for bread and safety. They place hope in you. We must show them lion's heart beats kindness, not cruelty. Tommen's young face clouded. Mother says kindness wins no battles. Yet cruelty loses wars before swords clash. Jaime placed hand on boy's shoulder. Listen to Maribald. Invite him to court, treat with him openly. Let crowds see you break bread together. The idea frightened Tommen yet sparked longing. He nodded, but Cersei, hearing of scheme, exploded. Invite a filthy beggar who curses my name? You betray family, Jaime. She barred Maribald entry, posted archers on sept rooftops, ordered fireworks display of gold flecks to distract small folk instead. That night, as fireworks hissed overhead, a shopfront erupted in green flame. Unattended red wildfire leaked from crate. 10 died, including 2 children chasing sparks. A rumor spread that the queen set the fire to silence Maribald's flock. Truth mattered little, outrage mattered more. Olenna struck then. She dispatched envoys disguised as peddlers, carrying bread carts into poorest districts.
On krust stampet priarkroon seal.
Every loaf came with whispered tale. The queen burns babes. The king is caged. Only roses shield you. Bread lines tripled overnight, each a barbed accusation. Tywin responded in coin, subsidizing city bakeries, price-fixing grain. But treasury bled. Iron Bank pressed payment. Tywin summoned Kevin, commanded fleets seize Myrish spice ships to offset debt. Raiders in crown colors attacked neutral vessels. Bravos lodged protest. The narrow sea edged toward embargo. While lords wrangled, Qyburn advanced clandestine craft. In a subterranean chamber, he bound 2 volunteers, condemned murderers, to stone slabs, injected one with diluted basilisk ichor and shade of the evening tincture, the other with essence of nightshade tempered by powdered dragonglass. He charted agony, time to delirium, resilience of flesh to flame. Results astonished. The dragonglass subject endured flame thrice longer before succumbing. Qyburn recorded, dragonglass admixture retards heat damage, potential for firewalk infiltration. He sealed sample in crystal file, appended label, Project Long Night. He reported success to Cersei. Her amber eyes shone. A warrior who strides through wildfire unburned? My enemies would shrivel like moths. She imagined Qyburn forging legion of flame-swathed soldiers, her own brood of dragons without wings. Deep under Storm's End, Melisandre convened circle of red priests. They burned leeches filled with royal blood. 2 dropped from a bastard boy, 1 secreted from corpse of Renly, 1 from some unknown stolen source she refused to name. Flames danced crimson, cast faces hellish. Name them, she instructed. Priests intoned, Joffrey Baratheon. Leeches popped, hissing. Balon Greyjoy. Pop, Daenerys Stormborn. The final leech burst, smoke spiraling. Davos, watching, swallowed shock. The last lives, he whispered. Shadows feast in time, Melisandre replied coolly. The Lord of Light waits. But in her red eyes flickered doubt. At Blackwater docks, a battered ship limped into harbor. Sails shredded, hull scorched. Captain staggered ashore, claiming Kraken-proud longships harried coasts near Old Town, brandishing horn that made men's ears bleed. Ironborn raiders, grown bold, now raided Tyrell grain lanes. Tywin saw disaster, war on 2 coasts. He dispatched Raven to Balon Greyjoy, offering lordship over Stonehelm if raids ceased. Answer came nailed to Raven's leg, a severed finger wearing Lannister ring. Jaime urged alliance with Stannis to secure eastern flank. Cersei vetoed, citing prophecy's warning. Baratheon wrath topples crowns. Tywin wavered. Tommen, hearing sailors' tales of iron raiders, wept for villagers burned and plundered. He summoned small council, asked that coin for his name day tourney be spent repairing villages instead. Mace Tyrell applauded. Pycelle droned of tradition. Cersei scoffed. Yet Jaime seconded. Vote passed 5-4. Lions roared, but quietly. The night before new moon, Maribald's secret congregation gathered in the half-toppled September of the Sows. Candle stubs cast trembling halos, illuminating perhaps 80 souls. Mothers with swaddled babes, crippled Sellswords, washerwomen. Maribald climbed rubble dais, arms raised. Bread fed by lions is wheat sown in skulls, he cried. Rose's root only if watered by mercy. He scarcely saw the hooded figure slip through shadows. A dart flicked. Maribald gasped. Thin needle pierced jugular. He collapsed, foaming violet, basilisk venom, Qyburn's lesser brew. Panic erupted. Crowd stampeded. In confusion, Arsonist's jar smashed. Red wildfire surged. Shrieks split night. By sunrise, Sept was black husk. Maribald gone, body never found. Rumors blamed Cersei. Her spies claimed it the work of Tyrell agitators silencing an unpredictable mouthpiece. Either way, sparks flew. Bread lines turned into marches bearing thorned banners. Gold cloaks balked at firing on starving multitudes. Some laid truncheons aside. Jaime confronted Cersei in her villa courtyard. "Did you order Maribald's death?" he demanded. She turned, face unreadable. "He was a weed choking my son's reign. You planted flame among innocents." She laughed brittle. "None are innocent under rebellion's banner." Jaime's jaw tightened. "If you continue, Tommen will lose all hearts, and throne with them." Cersei's fury erupted. "Better hearts lost than crown. I will not watch another child die because men doubt a mother's claws. Your claws already drew Joffrey's blood." The words spilled before Jaime could leash them. She slapped his golden cheek, palm stinging on metal. Tears welled, not of weakness but rage. "Leave," she hissed. "Next time we speak, ensure loyalty tethers your tongue." Jaime left. Spring's second moon waxed violent. Kraken raids intensified. Stannis' fleet blockaded Kingsgrave. Dornish scouts skirmished with Reach outriders along Red Mountains. Dragons soared closer, sighted above Lys convoys like dark omens. In King's Landing, bread supplies once soothing now dwindled under siege of seas. Tyrell levies demanded release of Ser Loras. Tywin delayed, citing security. Olenna threatened to close grain gates. Desperate, Tywin proposed unprecedented summit. Dorne, Tyrell, Lannister, Baratheon loyalists, even Iron Bank delegates. Inside Dragon Pit ruins where open sky deterred daggers. Cersei refused to attend, fearing ambush. Tommen begged her. She relented, but insisted on bringing one secret weapon. Qyburn's red wildfire vials, strapped beneath her gown, triggers rigged to hidden clasp. Day of summit dawned under bruised clouds. Dragon Pit's cracked dome yawned overhead, charred ribs arching like jaws of extinct behemoth. Lords assembled in semicircle. Tywin flanked by Kevin and Jaime. Olenna with Marjorie and haggard but proud Loras, newly released. Prince Oberyn lounging with glass of wine. Davos representing Stannis. Iron Bank envoy Tycho Nestoris clasping ledger. Discourse began civil, talk of debt restructuring, naval coalition, grain corridors. Tywin offered release of Highgarden hostages. Olenna promised grain. Oberyn demanded Mountain's head. Davos pressed for Tommen's legitimization of Stannis' claim as protector. Cersei, silent, watched. Sudden tremor shook Pit. Low, distant roar, more felt in bones than heard. Dust sifted from dome. A page dashed in, breathless. A dragon, black beast sighted above the southern farms. Wingspan of 20 warhorses. Panic flickered. Tywin's eyes narrowed, assessing threat. Marjorie clutched Loras. Oberyn's grin flashed. Tycho looked skyward, calculating risk premiums. Cersei's hand drifted to hidden clasp. With dragon at gate, fear could unite lords behind lion if channeled. She could unleash red wildfire demonstration, non-lethal but grand. Prove Lannisters hold dragons equal. Yet wildfire cared not for grandmothers or queens. Jaime sensed movement, caught her wrist. Their eyes locked, unspoken battle. "Not this road," he murmured. She wrenched free. Tremor deepened. Dust columns rose. Great shadow crossed dome gaps. Roar cracked air. The dragon did not land but wheeled west, toward sea. Yet its passing carved terror across assembled. Some red omen of Targaryen return. Others saw gods rebuking councils. Tywin seized moment. "Behold," he thundered, voice steel. "Our petty quarrels beckon larger fires. Unite now or burn later." He turned to Davos. "Tell your king, bend knee to Tommen, and we welcome his fleet in defense of realm. Prince Oberyn, deliver justice as trial by combat. Gregor Clegane shall face you. Lady Olenna, grain will flow tax-free. And Iron Bank, debts honored in quarterly installments backed by Reach Harvest surety. Alliance forged this day, or Dragonfire chooses victor. Silence. Eyes darted. At last Olenna nodded once. Davos crossed arms but dipped head. Oberyn's grin widened savage. Tycho scribbled. Cersei exhaled, fingers easing from clasp. Jaime's hold loosened. For moment, unity braided thorns and lions. Yet far across blackening sea, Daenerys' fleet angled north, dragons scouting ahead. And under Visenya's hill villa, red wildfire vat cracked faintly, unknown to its maker. The road ahead promised no mercy. Dragons, krakens, sparrows reborn, wildfire swelling, debts unpaid. But inside a boy king's heart hope still pulsed, hope that bread might sweeten even thorns. Tommen stood, small voice echoing under ruined dome. We will build ovens in every district, and grain will belong first to the hungry, not the wealthy. Lords blinked, some sneered, a few smiled. The child king faced them with steady gaze, as dragon's roar faded into distance. If dragon comes, he said, let it find a city worth sparing. Whether such a city could bloom amid embers depended on hands older than his, hands that once wielded blades now weighing seeds. And somewhere high above, circling sky dark as prophecy, Drogon banked on autumn wind, bronze eyes reflecting twin fires. One of distant wildfire coiling red beneath stones, and one kindled in a gentle boy's resolve, flickering but alive against gathering storm, generating a 5,000 word installment. Length is constrained by the chat window, so this section runs roughly 5,200 words, about 27,500 characters, continuing seamlessly from the previous scene. Snowmelt trickled from the dragon pit's broken ribs, dripping onto shattered flagstones that still held the faint scent of ash from the wildfire that once scoured the dome. Lords and envoys had dispersed, but the air of uneasy accord clung like damp wool. Tywin lingered on the high steps with Kevan and Jaime, watching the last Tyrell litter disappear down the hillside. In the distance bells rang, not for prayer but alarm. Greyjoy sails sighted north of Maidenpool. Were never stopped knocking. It merely circled to a different door. Tywin pinched the bridge of his nose as though trying to squeeze strategy from pain. We have 10 days, no more, to show this alliance draws blood. He turned to Jaime. Escort Prince Oberyn to the Dragon Tower. Gregor Clegane will be delivered by dawn. The trial must be swift and final. Kevan frowned. And if the Viper fails? He will not, Tywin said, though Jaime caught the flicker of doubt behind pale eyes. A poison viper was lethal. An overconfident one died first. They parted at the inner gate. Jaime's stride carried him toward guest apartments hung with rich Dornish silks. He found Oberyn lounging on a cushioned settee, polishing a slender spear whose head glimmered with oily sheen. Your opponent arrives before sunrise, Jaime said. Are you prepared? Oberyn's eyes lifted, sparks dancing in emberdark irises. Prepared? I have tasted this victory for half my life. Today will simply be the swallowing. The mountain stands taller than tasting, Jaime replied. Do not underestimate. I have measured every shadow he casts. Oberyn rose, twirled the spear. Tell your father I thank him for honoring my request. It pleases me to kill Gregor beneath a broken roof that once caged dragons. Jaime offered a tight nod, uneasy. As he turned, Oberyn called, Ser Jaime. When a viper writhes, it may brush sleeping lions. Keep your claws tight. Jaime descended stone stairs, Oberyn's warning curling in his thoughts. Dawn proper bled red behind low clouds when Ser Gregor arrived at the Dragon Tower yard, escorted by half a dozen gold cloaks and Qyburn, who kept a wary distance from his own creation. Gregor looked less like flesh than animated granite. Face hidden by steel helm, cuirass bulging to unnatural proportions. Rumors whispered he had not removed the armor since Riot Night. Some said nothing beneath it pulsed but vengeance conjured by Qyburn's alchemy. Courtiers gathered on crumbling tiers. Tywin beneath lion banner, Cersei veiled, Marjorie flanked by Olenna. Tommen seated on a wooden throne that looked too large even now. Dornishmen filled left tier, Tyrells the right, and Iron Bank delegates watched with ledgers clasped tight as prayer books. Oberyn emerged in sand-colored leathers, spear in one hand, dagger at hip. He bowed to Tommen, shallow but present, then to Cersei. "I vow to shed no more royal blood today, your grace." She returned stare like cold coin. The High Septon raised twisted staff. Trial by combat settles accusation that Ser Gregor Clegane murdered Elia Martell and her children under orders unbecoming knightly station. Let the gods judge. Trumpets rasped. Gregor strode forward. Spear points scratched stone, showering sparks. Oberyn paced sideways, circles narrowing like tightening knot. "Ser Gregor," he called, voice clear. "You raped her. You murdered her. You killed her children. Say their names." No reply. Gregor lunged, great sword sweeping an arc that clanged against Spear's haft. Oberyn skipped aside. Spear flicked, scoring dent in breastplate. Cheers from Dornishmen. Murmurs among Lannisters. Second pass. Gregor fainted low. Blade clove flagstone where Oberyn's ankle had been an eye blink before. Spear danced across helm, leaving groove like valley in steel. Each clash jolted dawn's hush, sending startled ravens wheeling overhead. Tywin's fingers tightened on banister. Qyburn watched, eyes glittering behind half-lidded calm. He alone seemed unsurprised that Gregor bled black fluid from armor seams each time Spear bit. Oberyn pressed advantage, voice rising, taunting. "You can't die until you confess." He vaulted backward, landed light, cracked Spear again into thigh seam. Black ichor spattered, but victory breeds openings. Gregor roared, spinning with impossible speed, mace-sized fist catching Spear midshaft. With splintered, he yanked. Oberyn stumbled into range. Gauntlet bashed ribs, flinging Dornish prince to flagstones. Crowd screamed. Gregor advanced, sword rising like falling tower, then halted, staggered. Poison. The oily venom smeared on Spearblade found gap in armor. Gregor swayed, helm tilting. With choking bellow, he raised sword once more. Oberyn, coughing blood, rolled, seized broken Spear's haft still tipped by steel, thrust upward. Point punched through visor slit. Helm rang like struck bell. Gregor toppled, convulsing. Silence, thicker than dawn fog, settled. Oberyn struggled to feet, spitting red, but triumphant. He turned to Stans. "Elia Martell, Elia of Dorne, your daughter Rhaenys, your son Aegon, remembered." Cersei's face whitened beyond ivory. Tywin exhaled. Tommen flinched at gush of black blood from Gregor's visor. Oberyn wobbled. Venom had splashed. He coughed, knees buckling. Ser Balon rushed, letting Dornishmen catch their prince. Bear him off. Trial done. Gods judged. A cheer rose from Dornish contingent, cautious applause from Tyrells. Tommen stood, voice wavering across yard. "Let record show judgment delivered and accepted. May justice now heal rifts." But justice seldom sutured wounds. That night Dornish revels spilled wine while Cersei drank wildfire-warm hippocras. Tywin signed order sending Mountain's corpse to Qyburn's care. Research, he claimed. Olenna sent ravens south. Thorn satisfied, but root still coils. Greyjoy marauders struck 2 days later, raiding salt warehouses outside Maidenpool, hacking down Chainboom. Reports arrived fast as gulls, villages torched, captives taken. Tywin ordered a new Iron Fleet bountied. Each Kraken ship sunk earned 1,000 dragons. But coin could not conjure ships overnight. At Small Council Marjorie offered solution. Highgarden's shipyards have 20 war cogs halfway built. We'll finish and crew them if Crown grants reach tariff relief on Myrish silks. Tywin's quill poised, calculating. Before he agreed, Iron Bank envoy Tycho spoke. "Perhaps we finance these hulls in exchange for interest secured by Casterly mines. Gold against wood, debt compounding." Tywin's jaw clenched, but he signed. Survival demands mortgages. Cersei watched each concession like strip of flayed pride. Back in Villa, she smashed goblets, railing, "Father sells lions to pay for sheep's wool." Qyburn soothed. "Red wildfire plenty," he whispered, "enough to burn krakens in their holes." She demanded plan. He unfolded parchment. Mirrored flame troughs along river cliffs. Ignition triggers could engulf bay in minutes. She traced lines, eyes alight. Stannis sailed at last, fleet hugging coast under starless sky. Davos's breath frosted rigging as galleys cut waves. Above, storm clouds churned. Selmy, the wind god they called Stannis's patron. But wind favored all, not one. Melisandre stood prow of fury, red robes snapping, flames dancing in copper brazier. She tossed leech sacrificed from unearthly prisoner, Gregor's reanimated flesh, into fire, chanting. Embers spiraled. A gull shrieked, dropping from sky aflame. Sailors muttered, warding signs. At dawn, fleet anchored off Claw Isle, sending envoys to Lord Celtigar. Join or burn. Word returned. Celtigar sick with pox, heir open to negotiation if doused in coin. Stannis scoffed. Davos argued for mercy. Ironically, Melisandre agreed. The heir might serve as hostage. Thus first bloodless victory carved path north. But dragons shadowed horizon. From masttop came cry, giant shapes wheeling far to east, silhouettes against sunrise. Not attacking yet, only scouting. Davos's heart pounded. Dragons changed calculus of every gale. In King's Landing, Sparrow riots erupted anew. With Maribald martyred, new preacher named Father Gallows rose, bearing charred timber said from September of the Sows. Thousands followed barefoot, chanting, "Justice of the Mother, bread from the Father." They marched to Red Keep gates, demanded audience. Gold cloaks barred them politely. Crowd dispersed without blood. But whispers spoke of arming themselves with broken swords from Blackwater wrecks. Tommen convened secret meeting. Jaime, Marjorie, Loras, even Oberyn bedridden but lucid. The boy king proposed charter. Faith militant reinstated, giving Sparrow's legal channel to bear arms under crown oversight. Marjorie supported, Loras wary, Jaime skeptical, Oberyn amused. They drafted edict for council. Cersei exploded when told. Give fanatics blades? They'll crown the mother. She threatened to burn the charter. But Tywin considered, granting faith knights could redirect riot energy at Krakens or Ironborn. Yet empowering zealots risked new wildfire. Decision deferred. A fortnight after Gregor's trial, quiet rumor flickered. Ser Robb. ERT Strong patrolled Red Keep corridors. Towering silent knight in 9-foot armor. Visor never lifted, strength uncanny. Gold cloaks swore they saw red-stained gauntlets. Qyburn dismissed as gossip. Still, children told tales. Giant ghost guard draped in lion cloak, eyes burning blue behind slits. Jaime confronted Qyburn in lab. Who is this knight? Qyburn smiled. A guardian for the queen. His vows unbreachable. Jaime demanded helm removed. Strong stood motionless. Qyburn warned, inside helm is decay. Best remain sealed. Jaime, disgusted, left. Trust thinning. Summer's first hot gale blew from south, carrying smoke of coastal fires. Ironborn raiders burned Cape Wrath, boasting to hold Stonehelm. Tyrell fleet unfinished. Crown's coffers strained. Tommen pleaded for council to send peace envoy. Cersei, absent, consulted wildfire plans. At Villa, Qyburn completed trough network along cliffs. Test burn launched. Columns of rose-red flame rose 100 feet, painting night surgical scarlet. Observers on walls cheered, but wildfire spilled to fisher shacks below, igniting nets, men, crates. 15 died. City awoke to smell of cooked meat. Tommen, horrified, commanded halt. Cersei raged. Tywin witnessed devastation, furious at Cersei's secrecy. They argued in council chamber, voices echoing off gold-veined marble. Every action you take suffocates hope, he snarled. I build alliances, you build pyres. She shot back, you gamble our children's crowns on debtors' dice. When dragons come, your silver quills will not snuff their fire. Tywin stiffened. Dragons are mortal. We faced them before. With wildfire, she snapped, I finish what Aerys only dreamed. The name hung like blade. Tywin's cheeks flushed. Aerys burned alive for insanity. Because you betrayed him, she hissed. You'll betray me soon enough. Silence. Council clerks pretended deaf. Tywin turned, leaving. Behind rage shimmered grief. Lost grandson. Fracturing daughter. Night found Jaime on tower of the hand roof, tasting cool wind. He smelled smoke still. Footsteps. Marjorie approached cloaked. You think she'll burn the city? I think she'll choose crown overall. Marjorie's voice quavered. Then we must stop her. How? Bread wins hearts. Hearts chain hands. She produced scroll, a petition with thousands of flea-bottom signatures pleading for faith militant charter. If Queen tries fire, these signatures become torches pointed inward. Jaime read names, each scrawl a plea. He recalled father's hatred of mobs, but saw children slain by red flame. We'll bring charter to Iron Bank envoy. If Tycho backs it, my father must concede. And if not, then, Jaime whispered, I'll fight wildfire with steel. Dragon wings darken skies over Storm's End. Daenerys' fleet made landfall under truce banners agreed with Doran Martell's envoys. Dornish ports opened, giving dragons roosting cliffs along Sun Spear's coast. Small folk watched in terror and wonder as Drogon bathed in surf, smoke curling from nostrils. Daenerys parleyed with Prince Doran in water gardens. Both spoke of broken children and long nights. Doran offered troops in exchange for rightful vengeance on Lannisters. Daenerys promised justice tempered by mercy like songs of old Valyria. News reached King's Landing via Raven. Dragons accepted hospitality, will march north come harvest. Panic again. Tywin convened council, weighed options. Court Daenerys, assassinate, entreat via marriage alliance. Cersei refused, vowing no Targaryen step foot in city. Iron Bank envoy Tycho recommended negotiation. Dragons priceless collateral. In secret crypt beneath Villa, Qyburn unveiled final weapon. Glass globes filled with volatile powder, dragon's breath he called it, derived from wildfire and powdered dragonglass. Thrown by catapult, spheres would detonate midair in crimson cloud that clung to scales. Cersei imagined Drogon plummeting in red blaze above bay, city cheering. She authorized immediate production. That summer solstice, Tommen secretly met Father Gallows at September of Baelor's porch under moonlight. Gallows, gaunt, eyes alight like burning wick, knelt. Tommen offered parchment sealing faith militant charter, countersigned by Iron Bank guarantor to supply bread stipends. In exchange, Gallows pledged the new poor fellows would defend city from krakens and raiders. Oath sworn on maiden's tears. Morning, Tommen presented charter at council. Tywin stunned, but Tycho's signature forced approval. Faith Knights meant cheaper policing, Iron Bank satisfied. Vote passed. Cersei stormed out. Jaime felt fleeting relief. Within days, brothers of poor fellows donned boiled leather surcoats marked with 7-pointed star, patrolled streets politely, arrested looters. Small folk applauded. Gold cloaks welcomed extra hands. Bread riots ceased. Pride soared, but power given seldom remains chained. Faith militants soon demanded end to summer sin. Brothels, taverns, mummer shows. They marched through street of silk, smashing signs. Madame Chitaya appealed to Marjorie, who begged Tommen. He asked Gallows. Preacher refused. Virtue cannot drink wine with vice. Tension brewed. Cersei watched with cool satisfaction. Zealots might purge her critics, but Qyburn feared uncontrolled faith knights interfering with wildfire caches. He urged contingency. Ironborn fleet raided further, capturing Fonton. Loras Tyrell, freed, led vanguard of Reach Cogs to intercept near Rainwood. At dusk, fleets clashed. Loras's swift command forced krakens into narrow gulf where archers rained firepots. 2 longships exploded. 3rd rammed Loras's flagship, grappled. Melee fierce. Loras felled Reaver with heart punch, took arrow in thigh. Yet Reach victory delivered first naval triumph. City cheered arrival of battered but victorious cogs. Cersei scorned Tyrell accolades, but Tywin saw boon. Reach sea power strengthened alliance. He offered Loras lordship of newly captured Stonehelm as reward. Loras accepted, though wound deep. Thorn and lion entwined. Oberyn healed slowly, poison lingering. He resided in Dornish embassy, receiving Dornishmen who brought word of sisters' avenged spirit. Yet not all Dorne rejoiced. Hot-blooded cousins wanted city razed. Oberyn penned letters urging patience, praising progress. But whispers circulated. Viper grows fangs still. Next bite seeks lioness. Meanwhile, Ser Robert Strong walked halls like towering silence. Tommen found him frightening but oddly comforting. Jaime doubted humanity behind visor. He confronted Qyburn again. This thing, what keeps it alive? Purpose, Qyburn answered. Does it think? It obeys. Obeys who? Qyburn's smile never reached eyes. The queen who asked for guardian. Jaime's stomach tightened. Dragon Breath Globe's production consumed Alchemist Guild. Smoke belched from hidden kills. Apprentices coughed crimson sputum. Qyburn promised final stock soon. Cersei planned demonstration during royal procession to inspire awe. Faith militant demonstration preceded her own. One humid afternoon, poor fellows stormed Alchemist Guild, accusing them of ungodly flame craft endangering innocence. Potshops exploded. 2 zealots immolated alive, screams echoing across city. Wild rumors said Queen's secret weapons killed faithful. Tommen begged Mother to cease experiments. She blamed zealots. At council, Faith demanded guild dissolution, Qyburn's arrest. Tywin refused. Guild essential to defense. Gallows threatened holy interdiction. Tywin threatened gallows. Deadlock. Marjorie proposed compromise. Relocate alchemist labs outside walls on Dragonstone Road. Tywin agreed reluctantly. Cersei furious. Labs housed wildfire caches. Relocation risked leaks. She vetoed. Tension crested as hot wind. Daenerys' forces marched from Sunspear north toward Stormlands. Dornish spears, unsullied phalanxes, Dothraki outriders, and 3 dragons overhead. Small towns surrendered. Ravens flew to King's Landing, some pleading mercy, others boasting of unsullied liberation. Panic soared. Tywin deployed strategy. Hire Golden Company via Bravos. Wealthy Sellswords with Targaryen blood trod ironically. Iron Bank negotiated. Cersei drained palace treasury, sold crown jewels, including Joffrey's rubies, paying deposit. Jaime despaired. Night before alchemist relocation final vote, Cersei met Qyburn in Red Keep subcellar. I tire of Lord's games, she hissed. Set wildfire caches along city's outer streets. One spark should break invading dragon host or faith rabble alike. Qyburn warned, if dragons unleash flame, wildfire may react unpredictable. Fire for fire, she said. They began. Ser Robert Strong stood sentinel as barrels rolled into tunnels. Jaime discovered plan via drunken alchemist apprentice confiding to Gold Cloak. He confronted Cersei in throne room late. You'll destroy us all. I save us, she spat. Dragons will taste their own heat. Faith will kneel. Tommen will burn. Better ashes than chains. Jaime stepped closer, eyes wet. I slew a king to stop wildfire once. Don't make me do it again. She recoiled, momentary fracture of fury and fear. You wouldn't. I might, he whispered. Silent horizon cracked. The first of Qyburn's test barrels detonated prematurely under Street of Flower. Shockwave rattled palace windows. Citizens screamed. Orange plume rose, not red. Guild used standard wildfire to mask color. 40 dead. Faith proclaimed sign of God's wrath. Jaime seized moment. He rallied Gold Cloaks loyal to him, secured wildfire key vaults. While city scrambled, he stormed villa with squad. Qyburn not present. Ser Robert Strong blocked door. dual unmatched, strong immune to pain, armored massive. Jaime's sword slid off. He retreated, luring giant into courtyard. Gold cloaks hurled grappling hooks, ensnaring limbs. Others poured lantern oil. Jaime struck spark. Strong burned but advanced, silent, eyes glowing eerie blue. At last weight toppled him into fountain. Water hissed, flesh sloughed. Inside armor nothing but black ichor and shredded muscle. Monstrosity stilled. Cersei arrived, seeing creation ruin. She screamed, launched herself at Jaime, nails drawing blood on his cheek. Guards pulled her away. Jaime, panting, said, "It ends now." Tywin convened emergency session at dawn. Jaime testified, wildfire caches, Qyburn's monstrosity, Queen Mother's plot. Iron Bank envoy corroborated explosion cost. Faith demanded Cersei's arrest. Tywin faced impossible choice: protect daughter or realm. He ordered Cersei confined to Maegor's Tower pending trial. Cersei spat curses, eyes wild. Tommen sobbed, clinging to Jaime. "She is still my mother." Jaime hugged him, heart shattered. Daenerys's army reached Storm's End outskirts. Stannis, torn between honor and jealousy, offered truce. They shared enemy Lannister. Daenerys agreed to parley. On Grassy Bluff she met Stannis, Davos, Melisandre. Dragons circled. Discussion tense. Stannis insisted rightful king. Daenerys claimed birthright. Davos suggested marriage alliance. Targaryen queen and Baratheon king unify blood. Stannis shocked, Daenerys contemplative. Marriage to stern older man? Yet alliance secured fleets, stormlands, legitimacy. Melisandre glimpsed flame vision. Dragon shadow merging with stag antlers. She urged acceptance. Parley suspended 3 days for omens. In King's Landing, Faith militant assumed temporary stewardship while Tommen under council guardianship. Bread lines reopened. Qyburn vanished. Gold cloaks searched but found empty labs. Olenna visited Cersei's cell. "I warned you, weeds choke foolish gardeners."
Cersei retorted, "Roses wilt come frost."
Olenna smiled thin, "But seeds scatter. My granddaughter sits queen in all but crown. Your line rests on child heart you nearly burned." She left Cersei trembling. That night, Qyburn slipped into cell via secret passage. He offered vial of clear potion. "Drink. Ascend beyond chains." She hesitated, poison or salvation. He smiled. "Not death, rebirth. Like strong." She recoiled. Guards discovered him. He fled passages. Cersei remained prisoner. Word from Storm's End arrived. Daenerys accepted proposal marriage to Stannis after victory. Dragons joined Baratheon cause. Lannister alliances trembled. Tywin dispatched Golden Company hurry across narrow sea. Iron Bank financed. Faith militant celebrated God's betrothal, seeing union as divine scourge of lion's pride. City prepared for siege. Jaime walked ramparts with Tommen, explaining war's stakes. Tommen listened, then said, "Uncle, people fear dragons, but they feared us too and we hurt them. Maybe dragons will listen to me if I speak like you said." Jaime squeezed shoulder. "Perhaps." First skirmish south of Windwater ended in blood. Dothraki outriders sliced through Crownland scouts. Dragonfire scorched Watchtower. Refugees fled toward city. Inside Maegor's Tower, Cersei gazed through arrow slit at smoke plumes. Hate fermented. She swore vow. If freed, she'd open every wildfire vault, burn dragons, roses, sparrows alike, leave only lion roar echoing. She whispered to darkness, "Let them taste my madness." Darkness answered with subtle rustle. "Qyburn again? No, only rats." On eve of harvest moon, Tywin fell ill, severe gut pain. Maesters diagnosed twisted bowel. Jaime kept vigil, remembering father's iron resolve. Tywin, fevered, gripped Jaime's good hand. "Save, Tommen. Save name." Jaime wept. Tywin lingered days before passing quietly. Council plunged into turmoil. Kevin assumed regency. Iron Bank tightened terms. Golden Company ships forced to sail under heavy debts.
Va approachet gates.
Daenerys and Stannis marched north, dragons ahead. At Rose Road, they met Dornish spears under Oberyn. He defected, seeing chance to secure vengeance. Alliance renamed Host Forces of Dawn. Stag, Sun, and Dragon all rising. They advanced. Within city, Faith militants clashed with remaining Lion loyalists. Bread riots resumed. Gold Cloaks split factions. Kevin attempted diplomacy. Exploded barrel near Great September slaughtered dozens. Faith blamed Lannister remnant. Marjorie insisted Tommen abdicate to mitigate blood. Jaime refused. She argued, "A boy cannot stem storm. Better step aside. Survive." Jaime hardened. "Then I'll die beside him." Olenna smuggled letter to Daenerys. "Open gates if queen spares small folk." Dragons soared overhead, casting shadow on Red Keep. Within Holdfast, Cersei escaped cell aided by last loyal Red Cloaks. She headed toward Wildfire Trigger Chamber. Jaime discovered Absence, new destination. He raced catacomb corridors, golden hand numb. He found Cersei at vault lever, barrels stacked. Flames of torch danced. "Step away," he begged. "Never." She pulled dagger. Jaime advanced. "Our children, Tommen. He'll burn with rest but ascend after." Tears streamed down Jaime's face. Memory of last Mad King roared. He lunged. They grappled. Dagger slashed his cheek. He seized her wrists. "Don't make me." "Do it," she hissed. He twisted. Snap echoed. Her wrist bone? No lever, half pulled. She laughed. Jaime slammed her against barrel. Torch dropped. Wick sparked. He hurled torch into puddle, stamping flame. She kicked, bit. He wrapped arms, tears falling, whispering sorry. One strong jerk, neck crack. Cersei stilled, eyes wide. Jaime collapsed, holding sister lover's body, sobbing. He pushed lever back, locking. Wildfire slept. Dawn. Dragons circled city. White banner flew from Red Keep. Jaime emerged on parapet, sword raised, holding crown. He knelt as Drogon hovered, Daenerys astride. "I, Ser Jaime Lannister, surrender in name of King Tommen." He placed crown on stone. Tommen stepped beside, trembling, tears. He bowed to Daenerys. City gates opened. Dothraki rode in, unsullied marching. Faith militant stood down seeing dragons. No sack occurred. Daenerys ordered bread distributed. Stannis entered later, jaw tight. In throne room, council assembled. Daenerys seated on Iron Throne, first Targaryen since Mad King. Tommen knelt, named Prince of the city under Regency. Jaime laid Valyrian's sword at her feet. Stannis demanded marriage pact. Daenerys demurred, circumstances changed. Alliance remained for now. Oberyn demanded Clegane's remains. Qyburn dead or missing. Strong melted. Satisfaction uncertain. Marjorie approached Tommen. Embraced. Roses still bloomed. Daenerys addressed assembly. "Fire alone cannot rule. Fire and mercy together rebuild." She decreed wildfire vaults destroyed. Faith charter upheld. Bread tithes permanent. City cheered tentative. Jaime watched flames of shattered past flicker behind her eyes, hoping mercy endured. Outside throne room, rats gnawed broken cage. Blind sparrows' feathers scattered on floor, forgotten amid new dawn. Yet far north, white winds whispered of another fire, cold as death, gathering beyond wall, indifferent to lions, roses, dragons alike. And in crypt beneath Red Keep, unseen cracks spidered across sealed wildfire barrel as moonlight touched it, promising future blaze. The story, like winter, stretched onward. But for one exhausted city, the longest night ended in breath rather than ash. Night-draped kings landing in a velvet hush, broken only by the low rumble of dragons nested on the shattered outer gates. Their distant breathing reverberated through marble floors like thunder beneath still water, a reminder that fire now kept watch where iron lions once prowled. In the Red Keep's highest solar, candlelight bled across a half-unfurled map of Westeros. Ser Jaime Lannister leaned over it, gilt hair dulled by ash still drifting on the night breeze. Opposite him stood Grey Worm, unsullied armor catching flickers of orange from the braziers as though his breastplate conjured tiny embers. Between them, the queen traced her finger along the rose road in thoughtful silence. Daenerys had exchanged Myreen's flowing white silks for a mantle of rich crimson and black, scales embroidered in the fabric like secret runes. She moved the way a hawk studies currents, perfectly still until sudden motion snapped the room into awareness. 9 Kraken longships here, she murmured, tapping the coast near Cape Wrath, and 3 more raiding the stepstones. The Greyjoys cut grain flow from the reach to the city. If we starve, our victory rots where it stands. Jaime straightened, feeling the ache in shoulders that had borne Tommen's sobs only hours before. Loras holds Stonehelm now and what remains of the royal fleet, but seaworthy hulls are scarce. We won't break the Kraken soon. Dragons drown ships, Grey Worm said quietly, eyes unreadable. A single pass from Drogon would scatter their line. Daenerys inclined her head. Perhaps, though every raid we foil drives Euron deeper into madness. A madman cornered is a serpent with 2 mouths. Her gaze flicked to Jaime. I summoned you to gauge the lion's sentiment. Will your father's captains serve me? Tywin is gone, Jaime answered, the words tasting like iron. Kevin commands Westermen now, but their loyalty walks a knife's edge. They'll serve the realm's stability. If you show them peace buys as much honor as conquest. A ghost of a smile tugged at her lips, painful, brief. Peace requires faces they trust. Yours, perhaps, and his. She gestured toward the window where, far across the river, lights burned in the Faith militant barracks. Jaime followed her gaze. Father Gallows sways hearts the way wildfire sways fear. He must be convinced the 7 dance with you, or at least that they don't flinch from your fire. Then let us begin the waltz. She folded the map. Summon the High Septon to the Great September at dawn. Grey Worm will provide 3 ranks of unsullied banners. Lowered, you will stand beside me unarmored, your sword sheathed, and Tommen will speak first. Jaime stiffened. He's a child. He is a king, she corrected gently, and the city still beats for him. Mercy from his mouth becomes law, whether he sits the throne or kneels beside it. Outside, a dragon's rumble rolled like distant thunder. Jaime bowed and left, cloak whispering along flagstones. When he was gone, Grey Worm glanced at the queen. Will the boy's mercy tame the faith? Mercy tames nothing, she answered, drawing the map to her chest. But it softens the soil for new seeds. Dawn crawled across shattered rooftops, seeping pale gold through cracked walls of the Great September. Where once vibrant stained glass had cast rose-hued halos upon the faithful, now tarpaulins flapped, and sunlight bled in fractured brilliance across splintered pews. Father Gallows knelt at the altar, charred staff laid before him like a penitent sword. He had spent half the night in prayer, listening to whispers that felt less like words of gods and more like wind in skull-strewn crypts. He looked up when Tommen entered, a hush preceding the boy king that not even dragons could summon. Tommen wore simple wool-dyed Tyrell green, his brow bereft of crown. He walked barefoot on chilly marble, flanked only by Ser Jaime and Lady Marjorie. No gold cloaks, no banners, just 3 figures bearing hope like fragile glass. Father Gallows studied the boy's face, eyes reddened by too little sleep, yet steady. Not courage, perhaps, but something else. An ache to be heard. I come seeking forgiveness, Tommen began, voice small beneath vaulted ruin, and to offer mine in return. Murmurs rippled among poor fellows lining the nave, armed with cudgels carved into 7-pointed stars. Gallows rose slowly. Your mother burned our brothers and sisters, he said, each word a tolling bell. Wildfire licked the innocent as easily as the guilty. She is gone. Tommen's throat bobbed. Her choices were her own. I will answer for mine. The preacher's weather-carved face weighed Tommen with severity so grave it might cleave stone. The gods test kings. They break weak ones. Tommen swallowed, then knelt. The hush turned brittle. Then break me if I am weak. But first let the hungry eat. Let the cold find warmth. My queen, he glanced to Marjorie. And I pledge half the Red Keep stores to your bakeries. Not tomorrow. Now. Gasps from footmen. Jaime's heart thumped. Marjorie stepped forward, pulling parchment from sleeve. The faith's charter stands, she said, voice clear. But swords raised in wrath become crooked. Lay aside arms for 7 days, and the crown will reopen our gates for healing houses, nursed by septas and maesters together. Gallows touched scorched staff. Flames from memory crackled at its end, ghosts of brothers screaming. 7 days? Could trust mend so swiftly? Yet the boy's knees pressed marble chill with earnest plea. Gallows breathed shaky. 7 days will test hearts, he warned. Then test mine, Tommen whispered. Gallows exhaled, nodded once. The sept breathed again. In the gallery, unsullied lowered spears. Star-carved cudgels dipped groundward. Mercy's fragile seed took root. Above them, sun slipped through tarpaulin tear, painting Tommen in pale gold. Jaime felt tears prick behind eyes. For first time since Wildfire Night, hope did not feel treacherous. 2 nights later, a hooded figure rode through Kingswood under sliver moon. Branches clawed at his cloak, but Prince Oberyn pressed onward. Poison still lingered in his veins, making pulse hiss like viper in ear, but vengeance's taste kept saddle firm. Ahead, at an abandoned hunting lodge, waited the one man who could unseat the fragile peace budding in the city. Lord Peter Baelish warmed hands at a small brazier. When Oberyn entered, Baelish's smiling eyes flicked to 2 Dornish spearmen flanking the door. Your hospitality lacks visas. Should I fear for my little finger? Oberyn removed gloves, flexing nimble hands. Fear? You thrive on it. I'd rather feed you truths. Baelish's smirk tightened. Truth is poor wine. Everyone claims a vintage. Few drink without grimace. Oberyn unsheathed a thin-bladed knife and laid it across his palm. When King's Landing nearly burned, whose whisper carried wildfire barrels into the city, Baelish's brow arched. Queen Cersei ordered Qyburn. I merely stepped aside. And when the Greyjoys struck Cape Wrath, who charted their tides, Baelish produced coin from sleeve, flipped it. Information is my business, not sabotage. Yet dragons fly because someone pointed them to Dorne. Oberyn's knife tip traced map of scars on Baelish's brazier lid. A viper knows a fellow serpent's shed skin by scent. Baelish's smile vanished. Dawn hosts bristle with new alliances. Wars breed opportunities. Why should we bleed by sword when a whisper can move mountains? Oberyn's eyes burned molten. Because mountains crush children. I killed mine. He pressed knife hilt first into Baelish's chest. Swear on your silver tongue you will not slip whispers that rekindle wildfire. Or leave this lodge tongueless. Baelish swallowed. I am but a humble servant to stability. He accepted knife, throat bobbing. His eyes glittered. They always lied more gracefully than lips. Oberyn watched those eyes, knowing this serpent would coil again. But he had planted venom in Baelish's heart tonight. One prick could kill him later. Beyond the walls, winter bled southward. At the wall, Lord Commander Jon Snow, newly elected by tattered slim margin, watched bruise-colored clouds swirl above haunted forest. Wildling refugees huddled in makeshift camps below shadow of ice, their uneasy truce with Night's Watch still fragile. Reports of white shadows dancing beneath Aurora reached him nightly. Yet ravens from the south carried stranger tidings still. Dragons, fiery queen, Lannister fall, a boy king kneeling to strangers. Winter kissed Jon's lips colder. He drafted a letter in careful hand. Your Grace, Daenerys Stormborn, the true war waits beyond walls of ice. Fire may forge swords, but only fire and ice together may end endless night. The North stands ready to bend knee, if knee survives the winter's teeth. He sealed with black wax adorned by direwolf head. Rook winged south into unknown. In Storm's End Great Hall, stone walls glowed orange from braziers fanned by sea gales. Daenerys paced while Stannis sat rigid, jaw set like flint. Melisandre hovered near hearth, eyes reflecting flames as if reading secret texts within. "The city bows, but the realm stands unsure," Stannis said, voice grinding. "Your dragons kindle awe, yet Westerosi hearts fear foreign queens." "Foreign," Daenerys snorted. "The throne was forged for my blood. Blood alone wins not loyalty." He drew parchment, letters from Riverrun, from White Harbor. Houses watch, waiting which banner breaks first. He fixed her with stern gaze. "Our marriage unites claims, fire and iron in one hammer." She stopped pacing. "Your gods burned children." Stannis's mouth thinned. He glanced at Melisandre. Their parents chose flames fearing worse.
I chose necessity.
Choices weigh heavy. His shoulders sagged fraction. "I will atone when realm heals." Silence billowed. Daenerys felt Drogon's presence outside, tethered only by her will. Marriage to a man forged of duty, not warmth, yet perhaps alliance, not affection, mattered. Melisandre approached, cloak billowing. "The Lord of Light has shown a king with burning sword and a queen crowned in ash. Together they face nights cold." Her voice thrummed. "Wed, and dawn may break." Daenerys lifted chin. "Dawn breaks by deeds, not altars. Show me your sword ablaze against krakens, your ships shielding grain, then speak of vows." She strode from hall. Stannis' eyes followed. Anger, admiration, fear. Far at sea, Golden Company galleys sliced waves beneath crimson moon. Captain General Harry Strickland reviewed rosters. 10,000 sellswords, elephants cramped in holds, promises of rich spoils. Yet half rations, laced with whispers of Targaryen queens stirring sellsword hearts. He feared defections. To preempt, he drilled men in mantra. "Our word is gold." Gold, however, could melt under dragon heat. One misty morning, Strickland spotted sails, ironborn raiders. Battle seemed imminent, then horns blared. Greyjoys turned aside, bearing black iron sigil of Euron. He hailed Strickland, tossing chest aboard. "Jade idol, emeralds, wine, letter. Join Krakentide, earn isles of your own." Strickland weighed coin against lion contracts. Elephant trumpeted below decks as if sensing shift. In King's Landing, Jaime oversaw demolition of wildfire vaults. Alchemists, under Faith's supervision, drained casks into lead flasks, carted them beyond city to sunk pits lined with sand. Dawn of final day, Jaime personally smashed lever that once would have ignited half the city. Dust settled. He breathed, feeling ghosts lighten. Yet his heart carried Cersei's final breath. Each night he dreamt of her eyes, fury and grief entwined. He awoke choking on memory of broken neck snapping in his arms. He hid tears from Tommen, from counsel. Pain became penance. Olenna sailed to Brightwater Keep to rally reach. During banquet in rose-scented hall, she toasted new era, yet whispered to Lady Rowan, "Dragons devour lions, good, but dragons might devour roses next. We'll feed them honeyed words, but keep thorns ready." She dispatched riders to study old Valyrian dragon-slaying ballads, stockpiled scorpion bolts tipped with ironwood resin that burned hotter than pitch. Roses smiled, but roots dug deeper. On cracked battlements of Dragonstone, Tyrion Lannister gazed across turbulent narrow sea, a book of Valyrian history in hand. Unwanted dwarf again, he had fled city fearing both lions and dragons. Yet Daenerys' summons reached him. "I need minds who read between flames." He awaited ship with equal measures dread and glee. Freedmen scurried loading obsidian mined from island caves. Dragonglass they called it, rumored to kill white shadows. Tyrion mused, "From wildfire to icefire, there is always another flame." Greyjoy threat climaxed when Euron's fleet struck Tyrell convoy near Tumbleton. Dragons answered, Drogon's shadow blackened waves. Ironborn hurled scorpion bolts laced with sear steel. Two struck scale but glanced. Drogon's fire sheeted across deck. Wood exploded, screams rose. Yet another longship manned ballista with chain-weighted harpoon. The fired, bolt-punched membrane of Regal's wing, tearing sail-sized gash. Green Dragon shrieked, spiraled seaward, barely regaining lift. Dany called retreat. Loss minor, but message thundered. Dragons bleed. In Blackwater Rushmouth, Qyburn, escaped and hiding in forgotten sewer, observed battle ends through spyglass. He scribbled, chain harpoons effective, dragon breath spheres timely. He packed vial, vanished into tunnels. Faith's 7-day truce ended under rising harvest moon. Poor fellows marched unarmed to docks, distributing bread loaves stamped with 7-point star over dragon. City cheered. Jaime watched from parapet. Hope sprouted again. But in Five Fires Square, zealot splinter called Morning Wrath decried compromise, set brothel ablaze, claiming Queen's sin. Unsullied extinguished flames, arrested zealots. Father Gallows condemned violence, reaffirming pact. Letters fluttered like restless birds across realm. Jon Snow's plea reached Daenerys as she nursed Regal's wing in Spear Tower. She traced direwolf seal, eyes softening. Ice and fire, she whispered. Perhaps the tale ends there. Stannis pressed marriage anew. She pondered north instead.
War Webs stretched.
She needed wise counsel. At dawn she flew north to White Harbor, leaving Stannis smoldering. Dragons soared above Field of Heart's home, casting frostborn shadows. Manderly hailed her arrival, intrigued by Dragon Queen. In Maegor's tower cell, once occupied by Cersei, Qyburn resurfaced, capturing 2 faith zealots. He tested dragon breath microglobes upon them. Flesh seared scarlet, bones cracked. Satisfied, he whispered to Shadows about crowning reborn Queen of Fire. He plotted to release spheres during next council, ignite palace, blame dragons. On clear dawn, Tyrion's ship anchored in Blackwater Bay. City looked smaller than memory yet heavy with new banners. He disembarked, greeted by Ser Bronn leading Blackwater garrison. Bronn grinned, half realm alive, half dead. You owe me a drink either way. Tyrion laughed, clapped shoulder. And maybe a kingdom, if dragons leave scraps. Tyrion entered Red Keep Great Hall, greeted by Tommen, who hugged him. Tears pricked Dwarf's eyes. Child still loved traitor uncle. Tyrion knelt, pledged counsel. Jaime watched reunion, heart easing. Tyrion's first act, audit treasury. Ledgers bled red deeper than wildfire glow. He proposed issuing crown bonds to small folk, buying loyalty with promise of future returns. Iron Bank skeptical but intrigued. Bonds named Dawn shares, traded for grain, repairs. Small folk invested pennies, feeling stake in realm. Bond script printed with dragon roosting on lion corpse. Tyrion's jest. Winter set in earnest. North of Wall, first real assault of White Walkers shattered fist of first men. Jon mailed Raven, we ride for Eastwatch. Send Dragonglass. Raven reached King's Landing just as Daenerys returned, having secured Manderly pledge and Stark emissary's greeting. She convened council. Tyrion, Jaime, Marjorie, Father Gallows, Iron Bank, Grey Worm. True war marches of ice, she declared. We sail north with dragons and dragonglass. Stannis may guard south. Tommen rules under regency of both roses and lions. She looked at Jaime. Will you protect him while I fight night? Jaime bowed. Until breath dies. Father Gallows surprised all. I will ride too. Faith must light path against darkness. Unsullied would march. Golden Company's loyalty uncertain. Tyrion volunteered to command logistics. Marjorie kissed Tommen's brow. When the Queen returns, we'll feast bread unmarred by fear. Euron struck again, ambushing Golden Company en route. Elephants panicked, hulls shattered. Strickland killed. Survivors offered service to Krakens or Queen. Euron plotted to blockade Narrow Sea, choke Queen's north voyage. Daenerys refused delay. She ordered overland march through King's Road, dragons overhead, unsullied phalanx, reach levies bearing bread for northern villages. The procession stretched miles, dragon wings beating frosty clouds. Night before departure, Jaime found Qyburn lurking near stables. Suspicion flared. He arrested him. Interrogation uncovered dragon breath spheres hidden beneath council dais. Planned to assassinate Queen and blame Shadow of Faith. Jaime shuddered, another wildfire plot. He executed Qyburn quietly, dumping body into Blackwater. Conspiracy snuffed. Procession departed at dawn. City thronged walls, watching dragons silhouette sunrise. Tommen waved, tears bright. Marjorie beside him. Father Gallows hoisted 7-point star banner beside dragon banner. The strangest union in living memory. Jaime rode with rearguard until Trident Crossing. There he returned, leaving Queen to Northern Path. He re-entered city to govern alongside Tyrell stewards, Iron Bank auditors, and faith delegates. That night Jaime walked abandoned villa where Cersei plotted doom. Moonlight painted floor where she'd once raged. He knelt, whispered a prayer to no god in particular. For Tommen, for realm, for peace. Wind rustled vine creeping through shattered window, green, tenacious. Northward, snow deepened. Dragons breathed steam onto white. Small folk lined roads, awe and hope flickering in frostbitten eyes. Bread wagons emptied quickly. Unsullied shared rations. Faith brothers gave cloaks to children. At Moat Cailin, Jon Snow met Queen under flickering torches. Ghost padded beside. Jon knelt. Daenerys bid him rise. Two leaders measured each other. Fire in her gaze met ice in his. Neither flinched. Words of alliance forged there, humble and heavy. Together, or night forever. In King's Landing, reports of Euron massing fleet to strike dragonless capital reached Jaime. He summoned Tyrell fleet, Stonehelm galleys under Loras still limping. He wrote to Stannis. Stand with lions now or see Ironborn pick bones. Stannis, pride wounded by Queen's departure, grudgingly sailed Storm's End galleys north to join fight. A naval battle brewed at Blackwater mouth as snowflakes touched salt spray. Winter meeting sea fire. Dragons reached Winterfell, resting wings on ancient ramparts. Northerners stared, half terror, half awe. Inside hall, Bran Stark, now Green Seer returned from beyond, greeted Queen with blank-pooled eyes. You are both cure and wound. Tread lightly. Messages flew south. Dragon glass forging complete. Night King moves. First hard home fallen. War Council convened. Stark, Targaryen, Night's Watch, Wildlings, Faith unsullied, Dothraki. Fire and ice banners overlapped. King's Landing braced for Ironborn siege. Jaime commanded walls. Loras, though limping, directed Scorpion crews. Ser Bronn joked, never thought I'd defend city for free, but accepted Bag of Dawn shares as payment. Faith brothers prayed on battlements, star banners whipping beside Lion. Fires burned bright but controlled, no wildfire, only hearth. Euron's black sails dotted horizon like plague flecks on gray sea. Drums boomed. Greyjoy horns bellowed. Jaime drew sword, golden hand gleaming. Loose! Scorpion bolts arced. Flames flicked as pitch jars smashed decks. Euron's laughter carried as he stood prow, wielding dragon horn. But as he blew, horn cracked, spraying blood. Sailors shrieked. Wind died. Omen shivered. Tyrell and Stormlander ships rammed flanks. Sea churned.
Euron leaped aboard Lion Pride. Felled guards. Saugt Jaime.
Duel ensued. Steel on steel, golden hand deflecting axe. Jaime staggered, but Bronn shot crossbow, bolt piercing Euron's side. Kraken fell, cursing. Fleet shattered. Greyjoy survivors fled. City cheered thunderous. Bread for all, banners entwined. Not victory of one house but of realm. At Winterfell, blizzard roared as first whites crashed against walls. Dragons unleashed firestorms, melting snow into hiss of steam. Jon wielded Longclaw glowing with blue flame under Aurora. Daenerys clad in white-scaled armor rode Drogon above swirling undead. Night King approached on undead Viserion, eyes shards of polar ice. Battle of true long night commenced. Ice claws scraping fire skies. Faith brothers prayed. Unsullied formed living shields. Dothraki blades like falling meteors. Northerners yelled, for the dawn. Somewhere amid chaos, Father Gallows fell protecting wildling child. His star banner became torch guiding lost soldiers. Dragonglass arrows felled giant wights. Valyrian blades sang. Arya Stark darted shadow to shadow. Bear Island axe wielded by Lady Lyanna roared battlecry, though small. One dragon breath sphere, stolen by rogue alchemists, detonated prematurely. Scarlet cloud seared wights, harmless to living due to quick winds. Qyburn's ghost wasted. At climax, Jon and Daenerys confronted Night King beside Heart Tree in Godswood. Snowflakes halted mid-air. Time felt stitched by dread. Night King raised bladed arm, ice fractals weaving. Drogon roared fire that faltered against cold aura. Jon hurled dragonglass spear. It shattered. Heartbeats held. In hush, Bran Stark emerged from roots, eyes glowing green gold. He spoke in tongue older than storms. Heart trees weeping red sap ignited with inner warmth. Roots trembled. Night King faltered. Daenerys seized moment drove Valyrian spear. Aegon's lost spear reforged through. Chest of Ice King. Crack thundered. Frost exploded into diamond dust. Viserion shrieked, crumbling into snow. Whites collapsed. Aurora flared brilliant, then withered into dawn. Silence. No screams. No winds. Just breath of living. Jon sagged. Daenerys slid down Drogon's neck, knelt by Bran whose eyes faded normal. He whispered. The wheel turned for last time. Months passed. Snow melted. At King's Landing, cherry blossoms bloomed on Tommen's rosebush. War scars healed into tales. Daenerys returned south, dragons trailing calm skies. In throne room repaired with soot-cleaned iron, she refused Iron Throne's blades. She placed simple wooden chair beside it. Saturday throne stand symbol. Let it remain empty, as reminder trust must rest not in iron but hearts. Council formed, great alliance. Representatives of each region, faith, free folk. Jaime served as Lord Protector until Tommen's majority, Tyrion as hand. Marjorie led relief for war orphaned. Father Gallows remembered in tapestry. Stannis, pride salved by victories, accepted title Warden of the South. Stormlands fortified against Krakens. Dorne recognized independence inside Realm Union. Greyjoy threat diminished under Yara's rule, Euron's corpse displayed. Wildfire caches destroyed. Alchemists redirect craft to lanterns lighting repaired streets. Bread bowls emblazoned with entwined dragon, lion, rose, star become common dish. Jon Snow returned to wall, now shield for people, not barrier. Queen gifted dragon egg to Night's Watch as symbol of watchfulness. Jaime stood on parapet one sunset, Tommen beside him. Dragons soared west toward sunset. Tommen asked, "Is the story over, uncle?" Jaime smiled weary. Stories end only when hearts forget them. He looked toward Villa ruins where vine now blossomed tiny white flowers amidst rubble. And hearts, like gardens, grow again if tended. Bells told evening, pure, hopeful bronze lacking dread. City answered not with screams or hunger, but with chorus of hammers rebuilding, children laughing along the street of flower reborn. High above, solitary star gleamed before dusk, shining upon realms stitched by fire and mercy. And though ghosts lingered in alleys and whispers of dragons returned stirred dreams, for the first season in long memory, Westeros breathed. Ragged, scarred, but alive. The first timid breeze of true spring wafted over King's Landing like a sigh of relief, carrying hints of sea salt and new-blossomed citrus from the gardens newly replanted along Visigna's hill. Night had finally receded. Even the ravens seemed slower to croak their old omens, as though embarrassed to recall their own predictions. Yet beneath the city's brightening veneer, every cobblestone still remembered blood, and every banner yet smelled faintly of soot. A hush lay across the red keep's gods with this dawn. No distant smith hammer rang, no drill master's bark echoed. Instead, a child's hurried steps crunched over last year's brittle leaves. Tommen Baratheon hurried to the heart tree, rows of white petals fluttering down like forgiving snow. He carried a small leather journal, pages crammed with lessons Tyrion had insisted he scribe in his own script. He knelt at the old weirwood's base, tracing a newly carved sigil, lion entwined with rose and 7-point star, from charcoal rubbed into grooves. He touched each symbol in silent vow. "No more ashes," he whispered. Wind rustled, as if heart-tree mouths answered. Footfalls behind. Marjorie approached, hair unbound, green cloak embroidered with budding vines that matched early shoots in parterre beds. "Your tutor's search," she teased. "I needed air." He closed journal, gaze still on carving. "The world feels lighter, but one wrong stone." She knelt beside him. "Then don't step alone. Let the realm walk alongside you." She brushed stray bark from his sleeve. "Walk with me." They rose, weaving between saplings Jaime had ordered planted where Wildfire Vault once lay. Blossoms sprouted even from scorched earth, symbol of Queen's decree that no flame rule soil again. As they walked, bells from Great September tolled gentle midday call. Poor fellows distributed bread in Flea Bottom this hour. Father Gallows's memory lingered like incense. Tommen breathed deep. "I'll visit them tomorrow," he decided. Not as king, just Tommen. Marjorie kissed his cheek, pride glowing. They'll see a king anyway. In City Armory courtyard, sparks flew from whetstones as blacksmiths honed scorpion bolts tipped with dragonglass. Contingency against white remnants rumored wandering northern ruins. Jaime inspected lines, offered a rare smile to Loras Tyrell limping between anvils. "How fares the leg?" Jaime asked, tapping his own knee. "Still protest stares," Loras grimaced. "But protests quieter since victory at Blackwater Mouth." He traced finger along bolt head. "I'd rather tilt at tourney lists than ghosts, but at least these points may never fly." Jaime's golden hand clinked against breastplate. "Preparing for what you hope won't happen is how battles are won." Eyes flicked to dragons circling distant horizon, wings carving lazy arcs over bay. "And how peace is kept." Loras nodded, gaze lifted. "Their presence still unsettles small folk." "Fear fades slower than scars," Jaime replied. He motioned Smith to temper tips again. Peace's price etched in every blade. Deep in Alchemist's repurposed halls, now called the Lantern Guild, Tyrion adjusted goggles while examining blue fluorescence wildfire lamp. Artisans had harnessed smaller, safer variant to illuminate streets at night. A boy with spyglass mind, he thought, might see them from the Dreadfort's height. Bronn lounged on crate of copper tubing, flicking coin. "Never figured you for city planning steward." "I plan to ensure children see their feet after sunset," Tyrion said, snuffing lamplight to prove safety. Flame winked out instantly, no lingering burn. "And I've grown partial to not having my eyebrows singed." Bronn grinned. "What good's peace if no tavern stays open past dusk?" "Precisely." Tyrion tossed blueprint toward Foreman. "Install along Riverman's Way first. Fewer thieves in lamplight means fewer throats for me to fund mending." A courier burst in, breathless. Serhand, the Golden Company survivors pledge fealty. They claim Greyjoys executed their paymaster. They'll serve Queen for coin or land. Tyrion's brow rose. "Land we have little to spare, coin less." Yet sells words sitting idle turn brigand. Draft plan. Clearing Wolf's Wood of straggler whites earns them both pay and purpose. Lords in North might begrudge Sells words, but they'll enjoy white free roads more. Courier bowed. Fled. Bronn pocketed coin flip. "Always more bloody paperwork." "Paper saves blood," Tyrion quipped. "Sometimes." Far north, near shattered remnants of last hearth, ragged banners of free folk snagged on frosted pines. Tormund Giant's Bane spat into snow, cursing ice that refused to melt though others were gone. Beside him, Sandor Clegane, quiet since war's end, watched breath plume. They served as joint wardens of new gift under Jon's decree. A brute for every sharp tooth, a hound for every torch. "You think winter ever ends?" Sandor growled. Tormund laughed. "Aye, when giants ride unicorns." He clapped Scarred Hound's shoulder. "But warmth comes sooner when men share fires." He gestured to small settlement rising, log cabins, smoke curling. Southron carpenters taught free folk joinery, while free folk taught carpenters to laugh at Blizzard's face. Sandor's mouth twitched, almost a smile. He turned toward horizon where faint red glow of dragons patrol shimmered. At least those fiery lizards keep skies clear. Tormund followed gaze. Fire and snow, lad. World's a good stew when ingredients mix. He slapped axe against bark. Now quit dreaming. Logs won't split themselves. At Winterfell's Godswood, Jon Snow joined Daenerys beneath Old Heart Tree. Ravens perched high, feathers ruffled, as if confused by absence of Night King's chill. Daenerys dragged gloved fingers across carved faces' red tears. North still fears me, she confessed. Jon shook head. They fear fire after endless cold. He met her eyes. Fear changes nothing. Trust changes everything. She smiled faintly. Trust demands proof. Queens on distant thrones rule by decree. I sit by campfires. She handed him parchment. Tyrion's latest missive. Bond yields rising. Street lamps brightening. This is proof. Jon scanned, lips lifting. South heals. He folded letter. North must follow. Daenerys's gaze drifted to horizon. Yet I must return south soon. Dragons grow restless confined to snow. Council calls for crown to finalize realm's charter. Jon nodded. I'll ride with you to the twins, present northern pledge. Then back to wall, duty remains. She touched his arm. When duty burdens, share weight. Their breath mingled white then vanished. In Dorne's water gardens, Prince Doran watched children chase orange blossoms across mosaic paths. Beside him, his niece Arianne read letter from Oberyn detailing alliance fruit. The vipers coil peacefully? She teased. Doran chuckled. A viper in sun sleeps until shade provokes. He closed eyes. Long-sought justice reached. Now we sow safety. Arianne's smile faded. Safety grows dull roots. I'd rather vines of adventure. Doran sighed. Adventures cost too often falls on children. She tucked letter. Then I will adventure wisely. She stepped toward fountain, planning journey north to witness dragons firsthand. Night blanketed King's Landing again, but lamplit streets now glowed azure. Two poor fellows escorted Baker's wagon toward orphanage on Street of Fish. Kids cheered at warm loaves. One boy clutched crust shaped like dragon, giggling. Above, lanterns shimmered, scattering thieves to narrower alleys. In one such alley, cloaked figure lurked, surviving zealot of morning wrath. He eyed lantern, lifted sling. Stone cracked glass. Flame flickered but glass char-laced polymer quenched spark. Disappointed, zealot fled, but city guards nabbed within paces. Bread lines replaced blood lines indeed. Jaime convened nightly council in Tower of the Hand. Tyrion, Marjorie, Loras, Ironbanks Tycho, and newcomer Samwell Tarly bearing scrolls on education halls. Knowledge starves ignorance, Sam insisted, cheeks flushed. Tyrion supported. Classrooms cost less than prisons. Loras pledged reach funds, from grain surplus, to build first house of learning near Dragon Pit ruins. Tycho calculated interest rates, smiled. Investment yields literate taxpayers. Marjorie drafted decree. Each district receive free schooling funded by Dawn shares. Jaime stamped with Lion Rose seal. Let ink defend peace, he said. Across narrow sea, on Lys coast, survivors of Volantis plague discovered quarantined port reopened. Merchants loaded citrus, wool. Letter from Westeros promised fair tariffs for goods. Lys negotiating council hailed new era. Yet whispers of ironborn raiders persisted, rogue captains not bound to Yara. They sought blood, not coin. One such captain, Dagmar Scalebiter, planned to seize lantern oil shipments. Sailing north, he consulted stolen charts, wildfire variant rumored bright as sapphire. Night belongs to Kraken, he declared, raising black sail. In Dragonstone's smithy, Gendry Baratheon hammered dragonglass shards onto steel shafts. Sweat streaked soot across brow. Each hammer blow sang promise to slay shadows anew. Davos watched, prideful. You make good of bastard blood, he said. Gendry grinned. Forged better than crowns, I think. He dipped blade into brine, hiss rose. Long night may end, but darkness always returns. We'll be ready. Back in Red Keep, Tommen visited Library Tyrion restored from Aerys' ashes. Rows of scrolls glimmered dust motes in lamplight. He discovered tome of animal fables. One story bore illustration of Cat King ruling mice kindly. Tommen laughed, imagining Ser Pounce on throne. He tucked book under arm, resolved to read to orphans tomorrow. Outside library, Jaime spoke with Myrcella, arrived from Sunspear as envoy. She matured, sand-kissed cheeks, poise of desert breeze. They embraced. She inquired of mother. Grief passed across Jaime's eyes. He promised truth later, ushered her to council. She would study diplomacy here. Yara Greyjoy arrived under white flag weeks later, meeting Jaime in Solar overlooking bay. She offered sealed box. Inside, Euron's broken dragonhorn. Proof, she said. That madness sinks. She pledged Iron Islands to trade pacts. In return, autonomy of salt laws. Jaime agreed. Better kraken in harbor than sea. They toasted with Stormlander rum. Yara eyed Golden Hand, smiled. Metal suits you. He raised brow. She laughed. Peace unmoors tongues. Daenerys's retinue finally rode south through Riverland's thaw. A long way, Sansa Stark welcomed at Riverrun, now seat of Trident Council. Sisters hugged. Politic talk paused for warm tea. Arya appeared ghost quiet, having returned from unknown west. She whispered of white harbors, black sails, starlit seas. Daenerys admired her shadow dance with blade, glimpsing future shield for realm. At Twins, Walder Frey's sons bowed low. New treaties demanded courtesy. One Frychild gifted Daenerys loaf shaped like tower. She thanked, though eyes darkened at memory of red wedding retold by Northmen. She would visit no further. Upon Dragon Queen's arrival at King's Landing, city bells rang joyous. Drogon alighted atop newly reinforced dragon pit, rumbling content. Citizens gathered in plaza, lanterns painting sky with sapphire and amber. A proclamation stand erected. Daenerys ascended platform, flanked by Tommen and Jon in stark cloak. Crowd hushed. She spoke not of conquest but of covenant. Tonight we end the age of the Iron Throne. No single blade-bound seat shall rule alone. Instead, we forge a table of 7, a council of realms. North, river, vale, storm, reach, rock, and dorn, each voice equal. I, Daenerys of House Targaryen, will serve as first chair for 10 years, then yield to vote of our lands. The throne behind me will remain empty, an iron echo reminding us power cuts both wielder and foe. Gasps rippled. Tyrion stepped forward, unrolling parchment of charter. Drafted in long nights with ink and sweat. Marjorie distributed pamphlets. Father Gallows' successor, Brother Peace, blessed covenant. Jon placed black gleaming dragonglass dagger atop dais, symbol of North's offering. Tommen addressed crowd, voice steadier than before. I relinquish sole crown to join council as voice for crownlands. Cheers rose. He smiled shyly.
Daenerys lit torche, approche de trône.
She touched flame to its base. Wildfire no more, but lantern oil. Iron spines glowed red, not burning, illuminating crags. She spoke softly. May light guide, not scorch. Crowd repeated words like prayer. Inside small council chamber refurbished as round table hall, seats of carved oak ringed circular chalk map. First meeting convened. Daenerys, Jon, Jaime, for crownlands. Myrcella, Dorne envoy until Doran arrives. Yara, Iron Islands observer. Tyrion, first steward. Samwell, scholar. Marjorie, welfare. Loras, marshal. Brother Peace, faith. Agenda: rebuild roads, open northern mines, codify rights of free folk, create river lock system to prevent flooding. Debates heated but respectful. Circle left no one higher than another. By candle's end, signatures inked bottom of 24 decrees. Jaime lingered after others left. He approached Daenerys, who traced map. Will it hold? He asked. Tables can be flipped, she replied, but they can be set again. She looked at him, eyes no longer aflame but ember warm. I've learned flame must be banked, not unleashed. He nodded, relief softening lines of guilt on his face. People will watch you bank it. And watch you, she said, for they know you turned wildfire aside twice. Guard that legend. Jaime accepted burden. On first midsummer's eve since war's end, festival-filled city. Stalls sold sugared lemon, Tyrell honey cakes, Dornish peach wine. Lantern guilds strung lights from tower to tower, turning streets to starlit canopies. A pageant reenacted Dragon Lion Rose Alliance. Children cheered Tommen's cameo bringing bread. In Plaza, Tyrion performed puppet show, wooden dragon befriending lion, scaring kraken. Crowd roared laughter. Bronn played lute off-key. Sam read tale of Night's End. Sister Olenna's grandniece entering faith, distributed seeds for community gardens. Jaime stood among throng, content. Ghosts whispered but no longer screamed. He glanced sky. Dragons soared, wings highlighted by lanterns, not as conquerors but guardians. Fire tamed, not shackled. Marjorie joined him, offering peach. He bit juice sweet. She smiled. Life tastes better without ash. He agreed. Far north, Aurora shimmered as red as heart-tree sap. Jon Snow stood atop wall break where gate once charred. Free folk campfires dotted gift below. He wrote letter to Queen. Peace holds here. Children of men laugh with children of giants. He sealed with direwolf and raven. Behind him Tormund approached. Night quiet, almost boring. Jon smiled. Boring is good. Not too boring. Tormund winked, pointing to star streaking across sky. Fiery tear on velvet. World reminds us it still moves. Deep beneath Casterly rock, abandoned mine shaft echoed pickaxe clinks. A crew uncovered vein of shimmering red gold or rumored stronger than Valyrian steel. Foreman sent Raven to counsel, wealth for realm, not just lions. In Old Town Citadel, Archmesters studied captured Night King ice fragments, discovering properties to cool fever and preserve food. Breakthrough promised medicines. Across sea, Lys alchemists synthesized wildfire lamp formula, planning trade pact. Each realm piece shifted, forging mosaic where once shattered shards cut feet. Years later, a scribe in lanternlit library recorded chronicle titled The Pact of Fire and Bread. He wrote, when dragons bent wings to cradle roses and lions sheathed claws to knead bread, the wheel cracked but did not crush. For peace is dough kneading perpetual need. Let each generation shape loaf anew. Outside library, Tommen, now 16, voice deepening. Practice speech for tomorrow's council where he'd propose tax relief for dockworkers. Ser Pounce, elderly but purring, sprawled across his papers. He chuckled, gently moving whiskers. Not all storms died. On horizon beyond summer sea, distant smoke plumes suggested new conflicts. But lanterns of kings landing glowed crimson and blue, guiding returning fishermen. Bells rang not for alarm but for vespers. And should wildfires of ambition flare again, city kept memory of ashes and seeds that followed. In starlit Godswood, Weirwood's carved face wore faint crimson smile. Petals fluttered like confetti, and though winter and war might someday return, this night Westeros rested beneath tapestry of dragons, roses, lions, stars, krakens, stags, and above them all, the pale, unforgiving moon now seeming, for a breath kind. Fade to quiet. A warm rain slid across the city's slate rooftops, a soft percussion that turned lantern-lit avenues to ribbons of liquid gold and washed soot from gargoyles that had forgotten the taste of water untainted by smoke. In the deep velvet hush of late evening, the red keep glowed like an ember too stubborn to cool. Inside its library, now fragrant with new-cut oak shelves and beeswax polish, Tyrion Lannister sat propped atop a stepstool desk made to his scale, quill dancing through ledger columns. Figures danced with him. Dock tariffs, mine returns, harvest forecasts from the reach, timber tallies from the wool. Swood. Outside his high arched window, the dragon's silhouettes drifted past the moon, massive shadows with fire in their throats and, For tonight, peace in their hearts. Footsteps approached, muffled on fresh rushes. Brienne of Tarth paused at the doorway, rain shivering off her blue cloak. "The Lord Protector requests your company," she said, voice pitched low as the storm. "He's pacing again." Tyrion sighed, setting quill aside. "He's perfected pacing. Some men study swordsmanship. My brother walks holes in marble." He clambered down and followed her through passages still smelling faintly of lime plaster. "How does the city look?" "Quiet." Lantern Guild's lights kept the watch alert. She hesitated. "But I saw a hooded priest preaching near the Doomgate," said. "The empty throne invites demons." "A city without rumors is a corpse," Tyrion muttered. "Best we keep ours breathing." They found Jaime on the deserted gallery above the great hall, staring at the iron throne bathed in dim candlelight. Rusty shadows clawed the walls. He didn't turn when Tyrion spoke. "You summoned." Jaime's golden hand tapped balustrade. "I've written a letter to Bran Stark," he said, "inviting him to King's Landing. The council must learn what he knows, if he'll share it." Tyrion grunted. The three-eyed raven keeps more than he spills. But he did guide the war's end. He studied Jaime's profile, haunted still. "You fear the throne's emptiness?" "I fear who might try to fill it." Jaime's eyes flicked to shadows. "Euron died, Qyburn rots, but others will come. That priest Brienne mentioned, mourning Wrath's remnant maybe. Or Peter Baelish, still slithering." Tyrion rubbed temples. "Littlefinger's coin flows under new names now. Hard to track. But we've set traps in tax ledgers. Shell guilds will squeal when squeezed." He eyed Throne's jagged seat. "And we have stronger glue than swords. Trade, bread. These damned Dawn shares." Jaime finally faced him, tension easing. "You believe it?" "I believe in mathematics," Tyrion said. "And mathematics believes in interest." Brienne allowed faint smile. Below them, hall doors creaked. Tommen and Marjorie entered, guided by lamplight. They didn't notice watchers above. The young king approached throne, gaze lingering on its iron chaos. Marjorie squeezed his hand, then deliberately led him past it to the empty wooden chair beside. Simpler, carved from storm oak, ringed by sigils of each realm. Tommen sat. He exhaled, shoulders lowering. Jaime's eyes shimmered. Tyrion murmured, "That is the throne now." Rain drummed, steady heartbeat. In the harbor's inner basin, Master Shipwright Salador San, grayer, but still wrapped in jewel-bright silks, strolled the deck of his half-finished cog. Stannis's red-crowned stag flapped taut above, but fresh paint-edged hull with dragon and lion entwined. He barked commands in Lyseni lilt. "Trim the mizzen stays. If this vessel falters when dragons perch, I'll nail your boots to the keel." Carpenters scurried. At gangplank foot, Yara Greyjoy appeared, sea cloak dripping. "She'll sail?" she called. Salador waved. "Aye, and faster than any kraken. Think of her as Queen's own sea pounce." He laughed. Yara stepped aboard. "I need 6 like her. Dagmar Scalebiter raids my fishers near Flint Cliffs. North trades falter. 6 queens cost 6 kingdoms." Yara tossed small pouch, black pearls clacked. "Earned at Blackwater mouth. Consider down payment. Lannister Targaryen bank covers balance." Salador's eyes gleamed. "Then I'll birth you a fleet that makes krakens weep ink." On the Street of Sisters, rows of canvas stalls shielded glowing kills where potters spun clay lanterns stamped with 7-point stars. Brother Peace walked among them, white robes splattered with terracotta dust. Apprentice potter, a girl of maybe 13, handed him crimson glaze bowl. "To color dawn," she said shyly. He smiled. "The maiden blesses your craft." He dipped brush, painting star tips red. Glow of kiln caught freckles on his face. Around him, tradesmen once starved now hummed work songs. Faith and craft, mortar between bricks of peace. A shout rose at boulevard mouth. A troop of Dawn Guard, mixed Lannister gold and Tyrell green, marched escorting wagons from the New River Lock. Children chased, laughing at water wheels clacking. Freedmen unloaded trout barrels, wheat sacks, casks of Dornish orange wine. Markets erupted in color. But in narrow shadows, remnants of morning wrath watched, bitterness coiling. Their leader, a thin woman with shaved head, clutched hidden dart case. "Too much color blinds," she hissed. "Night seeps easier when torches dazzle." She motioned followers deeper into maze of alleyways straddling the old wildfire tunnels. Beyond the sunset sea, Arya Stark stood upon deck of the Nymeria's Howl, salty wind knotting hair. Captain Riller, a summer islander with shell beads braided in beard, pointed spyglass at dawn-lit horizon. "Smoke yawns from that isle," he muttered. "Volcanic or forge?" Arya tilted her own glass. Black smudge-curled sky. She sniffed salt sulfur tang. Land unknown. Could be treasures, could be doom. She grinned. Either feeds stories. She signaled helmsman. Sail billowed toward mystery. She traveled not for conquest but for songs, maps to barter. Letters home told of star-white sands, coral dragons of reef. Her next missive would carry seeds of far spices for Sansa's kitchens and obsidian shards for Sam's study, remnant of ancient fire. At Citadel in Old Town, Samwell Tarly filed shards beneath runes, labeling with meticulous notes. Dragonglass experiments showed odd luminescence under Maester's purple fire. Archmaester Ibroz squinted. Remarkable. Could seal wounds quicker than stitches. He prodded shard tip into pig flesh. Black glass heated, cauterizing clean. Imagine field medics armed with such. He eyed Sam. Your scholarship blooms.
Sam beamed.
And your approval more than harvest mead. Yes, yes. Ibroz scribbled. Send samples north once refined. On windswept tower near Black Cliffs, Cave of the Shadow, masked as always, laid tarot of painted glass. Dragon silhouette overlapped snowflake, lion, thorn, and kraken. She breathed flame onto lion tile, color shifting from gold to white. Soon memory becomes myth, she whispered. And myth becomes wound reopened. She wrapped pieces, releasing dove carved from obsidian. It flew toward Westeros carrying prophecy only Myrish glass could decode. 3 weeks after council charter, Daenerys stood on ramparts above Dragon Pit, arms folded against brisk salt breeze. She watched laborers raise new copper dome over pit, large enough to shade dragons yet allow liftoff through wind grates. She envisioned generations marveling at beasts not as weapons but wonders. Jon joined, cloak swirling. Your flock thrives, he said. She smiled. They hunt pods of grayback tuna at dawn, then nap. Drogon chases gulls for sport. He studied her profile. You'll leave soon to a realm. Yes, I wish to see each seat, not as conqueror but neighbor. You'll accompany? For part. North still needs me, but Sansa can manage when spring truly arrives. They walked a long wall. She asked, Do you regret bending the knee? He shook head. I knelt for chance at dawn. Dawn came. He picked a budding weed between stones. Now we nurture day. She touched his hand, closing fingers round weed. Together. Night at White Harbor. Tavern of carved whale ribs fizzed with rumor. Golden Company elephants now roam arbor orchards, hired as living plow beasts. Sailors laughed. Another told of Kraken priest who claimed seas would boil.
Ale splashed. Dice clattered.
In corner booth, Davos Seaworth listened, recording in ledger for Queen's Navy intel. Beside him, Gendry sipped small beer. Davos closed book. Fear travels faster than ravens. I, Gendry said, best build ships faster. He twirled hammer pendant. My smithies can't cure rumor, but they forge iron nails sealing planks. Davos clapped shoulder. And sometimes nails hold kingdoms. In Vale's Eyrie, Robin Arryn, taller though still thin, studied letter from King's Landing inviting Vale seat at round table. He blinked, unsure. Lys Lord Royce counseled acceptance. Robin looked to horizon where sky-blue kites wheeled. If the world gathers, we shan't perch aloof. He signed, sending knights downward by mountain goat trail, forging path seldom trod. The only threat curving back like arrow was Peter Baelish. In free city of Pentos, he operated under alias Petros Valentin, trading spices. He read smuggled parchment of council's charter, lips curling. An empty throne? A market stall unsupervised. He courted Golden Company lieutenants disillusioned with new wage. Promised them Gulltown silos, Stepstone's mines. Slowly, coins aligned like cogs. But spies in Pentos served many. Varus, now master of whisperers again, though seldom seen, received scroll. In a candlelit cellar below King's Landing, he told Tyrion. Little finger sharpens daggers woven of debt. Tyrion frowned. We'll cut purse strings first. Morning Wrath's leader, shaved maiden, emerged inside forgotten sept crypt, unveiling stolen dragon breath flask. She'd found Qyburn's notes. With proper mix, flame would burn any banner color chosen. We paint sky with truth, she told gathered zealots. They plan strike on Lantern Guild storehouse this moonrise festival. Yet urchin of bread lines overheard, recognized star scars on zealot's wrist. He ran to Queen's hand. Tyrion orchestrated sting. Poor fellows posed as conspirators, traded flasks for harmless lamp oil spiked with violet dye. On festival night, zealots hurled flasks onto guild roof. Only puffs of purple smoke rose, staining robes. Dawn Guard seized them. Crowd laughed more than screamed. Shaved maiden captured, spat at Tyrion. Fire cleanses false peace. Tyrion replied softly, peace grows stubborn roots. He decreed zealots rebuild lantern shop they tried to burn, under poor fellow supervision. For each day they worked, they ate. Some scowled but hammered. Some began to sing. At Riverside Hospice, Sam's wife Gilly administered tonic distilled from ice fragments and wild mint. Fevered children cooled quickly. Maester Abrose arrived, beaming. We shall name it Snow Chill Draft.
Sam blushed.
From bed, little girl with frostbright eyes smiled. Feels like dragon wings, she whispered. Word of cure spread. Faith hailed miracle wrought from darkness. Year rolled into high spring. Blossoms blanketed crownlands. Lantern Guild announced completion of Starbridge. Arched walkway linking Red Keep to Great September, lined with sapphire lamps. Opening ceremony drew crowds. Tommen led procession, flanked by Myrcella and Loras. Brother Peace blessed walkway, quoting Smith. Bridging wrought by steady hands outlives towers toppled by pride. Bells pealed. Dragons soared overhead trailing ribbons of purple flame illusions, harmless powders. Among cheering throng, Jaime squeezed Tyrion's shoulder. You built this. Tyrion shrugged. I scribbled. Carpenters built. Daenerys, watching, felt tears prick. She whispered to Jon, I once thought breaking will meant grinding stones to dust. Turns out, you simply tilt will flat so all stand upon it. Jon nodded. And keep it greased with hope. 2 months later, Bran Stark wheeled into Red Keep in ash-carved chair pulled by Hodder's cousin, Big Will. Ravens spiraled as Jaime greeted. In round hall Bran spoke little, eyes distant. He laid carved weirwood branch on table. South wind shifts, stepstones quake. Beware islands breaking. He listed coordinates. Council murmured. Daenerys dispatched sails to survey. Tyrion ordered grain depots stocked for coastal villages. Bran turned to Jaime alone later.
Arder shoiches come.
Jaime asked, who threatens? Bran's gaze unfocused. Not who, how. Peace rusts blades until tyrants weld anew. Keep scabbards, but oil swords. Jaime understood. In stepstones, reconnaissance found volcanic fissure undersea, isles cracking, exposing dragonglass. Sailors unearthed huge deposit. Tyrion saw trade boon, Sam saw medical wonders, Daenerys saw defense resource. But Peter Baelish, through Golden Company defectors, seized one islet, hoisting banner of twin mockingbirds. He renamed it New Baelstone, declared free port. Word reached council. Jon urged caution. Daenerys wanted negotiation. Jaime recalled Aerys' request. They opted for summit. Daenerys, Jon, Tyrion, and Yara sailed to Stepstones with modest escort. Drogon flew high. On shore of black sand, they met Baelish beneath makeshift pavilion. He greeted with silk smile. Welcome to Frontier of Opportunity. Daenerys approached. You seize land belonging to realm, unbound by king's borders, he countered. But I offer trade conduit, no tariffs. Tyrion snorted. And no laws. Baelish's eyes danced. Laws follow commerce. Jon stepped forward. Commerce follows trust, which you lack. He produced scroll sealed by Sea Lord of Bravos. Iron Bank revoked Baelish's credit citing prior manipulations. Without gold, your port sinks. Baelish's smirk twitched. Gold flows from sources more liquid. He gestured to crates of crude dragonglass. Daenerys advanced. That belongs to realm. She signaled Drogon. Dragon descended, scorching circle around pavilion. Baelish paled. He weighed odds, bowed. Of course. Partnership then. They negotiated. Stepstone's dragonglass mined under joint oversight. Baelish granted minor share if he surrendered sovereignty. He agreed schemers retreat, planning next web. Back in King's Landing, Lantern Guild began crafting dragonglass windows for Great September, shards set in star mosaics. It would glow blue at dawn, red at dusk. Father Peace declared, light of unity. Morning Wrath remnants now hauled stone for window frames. Sentence of redemption. Shaved maiden labored hardest, arms corded. One dusk she saw child stroking glass offcut, marveling at color. Her hardened face softened. She slipped shard into child's palm, whispered, guard light. Seeds like lantern fires spread. On the eve of midsummer next, Jaime climbed Widow's Walk alone. Sea shimmered under full moon. He opened locket holding Cersei's tiny portrait. Kissed it once, let wind take. Silver pendant arced, splashing in waves. Past clung, but future beckoned. Steps sounded Brienne. She joined, silent. Stars reflected in her steel eyes. He offered wineskin. She sipped. To tomorrow, he said. Whatever storms, we've moored stronger. She nodded, hand brushing golden one. Fingers laced without word. Years later, children in King's Landing would grow up beneath lantern constellations. No dragons as watchful shepherds. Lions as keepers not predators. Roses as bread-scented dawns. They'd learn tale of iron echo throne and empty seat that taught humility. They'd carve play swords from driftwood, painted in every house color, staging battles that ended in trade deals. They would recite Father Gallows's last sermon. Mercy sows bread that blade cannot reap. And sometimes, when spring evening settled over capital, old folk would swear that wind carried faint roar of wildfire past. Sigh of ghosts nodding at lesson learned. But new voices, clear, unscarred, rose louder. The laughter of cobblers' daughters as they danced beneath sapphire lamps. The chants of students outside House of Learning debating treaties. The notes of bronze lute now somewhat on key. The soft flutter of hybrid rose seeds drifting through windows, rooting in rooftop gardens. Peace, like any living thing, demanded feeding. Yet for this chapter, longer than many dared dream, it lived, nourished by fire subdued and hearts unwilling to forget the taste of ash. And across all 7 kingdoms, from glowing King's Landing lanterns to last hearth's quiet fires, one humble truth settled. The realm, stitched by hands once bloodied, breathed in one rhythm. Steady, imperfect, but alive. Dreary clouds opened over the narrow sea as dawn flushed pale lavender across water the color of hammered pewter. Wind carried brine and the muffled thud of oars echoing off black rock inlets, where gulls wheeled like pale omens. On the quarter-deck of the Sea Pounce, Yara Greyjoy stood cloaked in salt-damp wool, knuckles white on the rail. Below, shipwright Salador San's new hulls, 6 sleek warcogs, sliced eastward in chevron formation. Painted lanterns burned at every masthead. 3 lion rose stars, 3 kraken wings. A black sail scout skiff swept close. Its captain shouted up through wind. Scale biters longships sighted. 24 leagues, hugging fog. Yara snapped orders. Drumbeats rolled. Sailors scrambled up ratlins, reefing canvas. She wheeled to the wheelman. Signal the lanterns, burn blue. Show we hunt. Azure flares spat skyward. 6 warcogs shifted like swallows, oars unfurling. Salador approached, rings glittering. Remember, my lady, we court trading rights. Too much crimson on the waves, and Dawn Council may frown. Yara's smile showed teeth. Council wants safe lanes. We'll give them quiet seas by nightfall. Wind stiffened. Spray stung. Ahead, fog billowed. Web of gray concealing jagged prows painted blood red. Dagmar Scalebiter's flagship, the hooked WIRM, emerged, hull plated in stolen bronze like monstrous fish bones. Drums on both flotillas thundered, overlapping heartbeats. Yara drew cutlass, voice flaying roar from throat. To oars! Wash slime from our waters! Cannonades of scorpion bolts leapt first. One iron barb slammed WRM's foremast. Rigging snapped. Dagmar himself, gaunt as reef, replied with barrel bombs stuffed with pitch. Flames blossomed along Lantern Moon, but new hull coatings of alchemist clay smothered fire. Lannister Tyrell engineers hadn't wasted gold. Warcog Storm Lantern slammed starboard into Ironborn Raider. Gangplanks crashed. Greyjoy Reavers, brothers to Yara's men once, swarmed, axes high. Thunder of steel on shield, screams, salt spray, smoke. Yara vaulted railing, boots crunching into melee. She parried axe, drove cutlass hilt into foe's jaw, pivoted below spear thrust, gutted attacker. Salador's crossbow cracked from his quarterdeck. Bolt buried in Dagmar's shoulder. The Kraken captain bellowed, hurled spear, missing Yara by hairbreadth. She stepped over tangled corpses, locked eyes. Your tide ebbs, she shouted. Dagmar laughed ragged. Sea belongs to no council. He ripped spear from deck, charged. Cutlass and spear clashed. Sparks flew. Yara caught haft under hook guard, twisted, snapped weapon. Dagmar staggered. She pressed blade to his throat. Yield. The sea's wide, but realms wider. He spat blood. Euron's ghosts will rise. Yara's gaze flared. Then we drown them again. She hilt-struck temple, he fell. Battle dwindled as remaining Reavers dropped arms. Seeing flagship captured. Blue lanterns flared victory. By dusk, flotilla towed 3 seized longships toward Cape Kraken. Yara penned Raven. Sea lanes cleared, send grain. In King's Landing's Lantern Guild rotunda, Tyrion balanced on tall stool, addressing crowd of glassworkers whose faces glowed from kiln fire. Scroll from Yara lay open. Freer trade means busier docks, he declared, which means more lantern orders and wages. Cheers rose. He hopped down, nearly tripping in soot. Apprentice caught him, a lanky boy with burn scar on cheek. Tyrion handed him copper token stamped with entwined rose lion star. For quick hands. The boy grinned. Bronn sidled in, whistling. Greyjoys routed. All's well, except Baelish buys mercenaries in Pentos again, rumor says. Tyrion sighed. Bad pennies roll back. He scratched nose. Send disc. Reedy bird to spider. Ask price on mockingbird feathers. He eyed scorched brick of old wildfire cellar integrated into guild foundation. And double guard around lamp stores. Evening ravens reached Jaime, brooding at Starbridge parapet. Marjorie joined, cloak smelling of lavender. She set parchment into his gauntlet. Ironborn threat eased. Faith grain convoy departs tomorrow. Jaime exhaled. One flame out. He studied city lights. Lantern network glimmered like constellations. Marjorie traced hand along parapet. Your brother's lights chase fears away. Jaime shook head. Fear finds deeper holes. He turned toward Great September, newly fitted dragonglass windows catching lamplight in prismatic blaze. Below bridge, mourning wrath zealots, released after service, stacked stone for orphanage expansion. Their former leader, shaved maiden, directed in silence. Jaime watched her instruct children to set mortar. Marjorie whispered, redemption lays bricks harder than vengeance tears them. Jaime nodded. Northeast of Harrenhal, wide plain rippled under storm clouds. Golden Company detachments trained, now sworn to Queen's Table after Baelish's gambit failed. Captain General Miles Toyne cracked whip, urging elephants hauling siege logs. Jon Snow rode into camp with unsullied escort, delivering dragonglass arrowheads. He addressed Cell's words. No more Cell's words. Realm swords now. Fight whites, not men. Some grumbled, but gold flowed and purpose clearer than plunder. Jon left them forging bonds. As he mounted Ghost padded from tall grass, muzzle bloody with hair. Jon scratched fur, whispered, South grows weighty, North calls. They headed to Moat Cailin where free folk caravans built trade fare, furs for grain. At Stepstones, Daenerys inspected dragonglass mines by lantern. Shafts glistened obsidian. She placed palm on wall. Warmth pulsed, memory of living volcanoes. Blood of earth, Tyrion called it. Surveyor bowed. Yield surpasses old Valyria. Dany smiled. Forge windows, healing knives, not just spears. She pictured city lit by obsidian prisms that bent moonlight into spectral halos. On beach, she met Peter Baelish, wrists manacled but eyes dancing. Council sentenced him to serve as steward of mines, under Grey Worm's watch until debt repaid. He spoke as waves lapped. You turn jail into gold mine. Clever. Yet remember, alliances rust when coin pools differently. She answered coldly. True, but trust recasts coin into stone. She walked away, his smirk faded. In Old Town, Archmesters convened emergency session. Sapphire lights flickered like uneasy eyes. Maester Ibroz presented charts. Mild tremors radiated from shivering sea to stepstones. Sea levels shifting. Dragons drill fissures? Night magic unsettled plates. Scholars debated. One, Maester Morik, displayed Caith's Black Dove prophecy. When red gold sings, stone seas will swallow fire. They puzzled. Message sent to Queen's table. Tyrion read at midnight beneath flickering lamp. Red gold, Casterly ore? He rubbed temples. He summoned Geology Guild. Casterly rock mine foreman reported red gold vein resonated faint hum when struck. Jaime visited with Myrcella. Torchlight touched jeweled streaks. Jaime placed ear, heard faint musical vibration. Myrcella suggested forging bells from or. Jaime swore to send sample to Citadel. On Midsummer's feast, city squares thrummed. Procession of liberated faith zealots pulled enormous bread cart shaped like sleeping dragon. Children tore off pieces, laughing. Band of Dothraki horse lute players clashed chords with Dornish symbolists. Unlikely harmony. At sunset, Daenerys landed Drogon atop empty Iron Throne dais. She addressed crowd. Years ago, fire threatened every home here. Tonight we raise lanterns, not swords. She lit first dragonglass lamp. Its prisms scattered aurora-like ribbons across sky. Thousands of lanterns answered, blooming kaleidoscope above city. Roar of joy uncoiled. From balcony, Tyrion whispered to Jaime, even wildfire's memory dims under such light. Jaime nodded. Later that night, under hush of spent revel, Brother Peace prayed inside great September windows cast sapphire glow.
Footsteps. Shave maiden eproiched. Kneeling.
I seek absolution, she murmured. Peace offered hand. You build orphanage stones, yet self-scorn heavier. Mercy forged realm. Let it forge you. She wept. Tear streaks glimmered blue. 2 seasons turned. Storm winds returned, more fierce. Stepstones quaked again. Minor tsunami lapped Blackwater wharfs. Lantern piers held, but fisher huts flooded. Tyrion convened engineers, build sea walls lined with dragonglass concrete, flexible. Rumor claimed red gold veins hum intensified. Maesters believed tectonic resonance. Charter Council debated halting deep mining. Myrcella argued safety first. Mining slowed. Hum softened. Peter Baelish bribed Golden Company quartermaster to smuggle dispatch. Varys intercepted. Note revealed Baelish courting Associ Valentine Triarchs, promising exclusive dragonglass rights.
Daenerys confronted Baelish Emine.
He protested. Realm's wealth is my duty. She exiled him to Ashai, no ship but rowboat provisioned. He sailed into fog, destiny unsure. On first winter snow, free folk merchant train entered King's Landing, selling mammoth wool cloaks. City folk marveled, haggling cheerful. Jon Snow accompanied, meeting Tyrion over mulled wine. They reviewed citadel reports. Ice-white remnants nearly extinct, but unknown ice spiders glimpsed far distant. Dragonglass export north continued. Jon visited Tommen, gifted carved direwolf. They played Sivas. Tommen nearly won. Jon laughed. Good kings plot several moves ahead. Tommen beamed. In deep night, Jaime dreamt of wildfire again. Cersei's eyes, green fire. He awoke sweating. Brienne soothed, saying past can't be doused but can water new garden. They walked veranda watching lantern constellations. Jaime breathed easier. Yearly table summit convened. Representatives pledged. Vale opened silver mines for coin mint equal across realms. Riverlands exported paper reeds, lowering book costs. Dorne shared solar still blueprint, providing clean water to arid villages. Ironborn offered pearl tax for lantern maintenance. Reach funded music conservatories. Council voted to rotate chair. Next year Jon Snow, though he protested. Majority insisted balance. When gavel struck, thunder rolled outside but not dread thunder. Rain pattered roofs, hissing across lantern heat, forging scent of wet stone and bread. Sometime later, in quiet alcove, Tyrion penned final line of ledger. Debts repaid, surplus stored. He set Quill down, stared through window where dragons slept curled around copper dome, their breath steam above tiles. He raised goblet. To accountants and anarchists, he toasted. Brawn, feet on table, clinked flask. And to peace, the most expensive mistress. They drank. Beneath them, city murmured with life. Smith hammers, child's lullaby, purring cat scuffling. Street lamps glowed blue, red, gold. Crocus buds pierced mortar. And though foemen beyond seas might plot, though mountains might rumble with dragon song, tonight Westeros wrote a verse never sung. Of lantern fire and bread, of blades sheathed yet oiled, of thrones left empty so many chairs could stand. Rain fell, lantern flames danced. Peace, fragile as gossamer, yet held, because hands once burned still remembered heat, and hearts that tasted ash now guarded embers with fierce, patient love.